Hi, and welcome to Thursday with a Friend. My name is Lawrence, and before I bring on my guest, I got to address something before people start asking, at least the 13 people that were watching, and that yes, there is a new song. Uh, it looks like Kirk and the Jerks. That is the music that I've been using, the band. It now has a copyright, not strike, a copyright claim, which means I have to share everything with them. I'll share all the revenue. So, yes, if you guys are wondering, Monday there will be a new intro song also. It's really not a big deal. It doesn't affect me at all. But 2 years went by without anything like that. I thought some old skateboard music no one was ever going to notice. So I decided that I guess it was time to change that. So anyway, I just want to address that for anyone that's watching, and before someone starts asking that question, like I said, I'll be addressing it on Monday again too. So anyway, I want to bring on my special guest, Plastic Fantastic, Michael. How are you doing?
Good, Larry. How are you? That's way
I
too many
am.
specials, by the way.
No, not for the stuff that you do, and how wonderful you have been to so many of us in the community that you're friends with.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just at Joe Fest coming up to us with this thing is always by me. Like I'm never gonna wear it because it's giant. Um, but this thing is just so awesome, and the fact that you found it, it still has that paint smell. Kind of
You
makes me
love the
feel
paint
sick.
smell, huh? I'm starting to question how straight edge you are.
Not that straight edge anymore. um, but no, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining me and being the first one with the new music that really came out of nowhere.
I surprised me. I go, what the heck's this song?
Yeah, again, I got the copyright claim on I think Tuesday. Today, yeah, Tuesday. So I redid it. I just overlapped it. But again, it's not a strike. It's way different than a strike. It's just a copyright claim, but it's the last thing you want to deal with. And so now I have to go as I get hit with each one. I have to go just remove the intro on all of Monday Night Toy Ramblings, and then Thursday with a Friend. A lot of fun that's going to be, considering there's like
How many are there?
a lot. Well, right now, all my Monday Night Toy Ramblings, except for the past couple, are set to private due to the copyright strikes. But as soon as that gets taken care of, and hopefully it gets taken care of really quickly, those are all going to become public again. But I've left all the Thursday with the Friends up there, and they're both Kirk and the Jerks, and they were just taken from an old skate video.
Right.
And I put the music out there in a video, and it didn't come back copyright claimed, and that was over a year ago. Because I didn't have music at the beginning, and I was like, all right, well, it's some old punk band that was used in I don't even know if they're a punk band or not, just using an old skate video. Probably not even a band anymore. And then I get this copyright claim. So someone probably bought the rights to whatever the catalog they had, and then I find out that, oh, hey, they are still a band, or they put out an album in the 2000s or something. So, oh well. But it just sucks because I know people hear that song and they think of the show. So anyway,
Oh, yeah.
enough about that. How are you doing?
Good. Good. And you?
I'm doing great. Other than having to do with that and other weird things like that. I think everyone knows. I think my YouTube journey recently has been well documented. Uh, I don't keep a lot. I don't keep a lot of secrets.
How's that going? Did you get those strikes removed?
It should come. It should be resolved before Monday, because the person has 10 days to come back and prove that it's their stuff. And since they're not a real person, I mean, they're a real person, but they're doing fake shit. There's no way that they're going to come back because they can't prove anything. But YouTube has not made it easy. They have not made it easy at all. It's been, to be honest, it's been very disappointing over how YouTube has handled it. It's like you're guilty until proven innocent. Like, wow. So somebody just says, hey, they use my picture. I didn't give them rights, and they strike you. And it's like, you didn't even show me what picture they're saying I used, what the timestamp was, you know. And I think it's the back and forth, and I can only imagine how many of these YouTube gets per day.
Right.
That, you know, it's just an automated system that updates it. And I think when you finally get to the point that I'm at now, where I'm like, hey, this, I didn't use anything, you know, now they're like, all right, well, if this person is saying that he didn't use anything, he's making him, you know, prove it, he must really believe in what he's saying. And then the other person just has to prove it. So it's just, it's a pain in the ass. Like, you don't protect your creators. That's what I've gotten out of this.
Right.
You know, in the end they will, but it just takes way too long. But anyway, enough about that. Let's ask you, PL4STIC.
Yeah.
Where does the name come
Mike.
from? Michael.
I don't. You know.
Like, wait, would you like Michael or Michael? I cannot believe I just asked that. You literally just said Mike, but you have Michael everywhere.
Michael
else.
and Michael usually. But
I hate. I introduce myself as Lawrence, and like, and I don't care if you call me Larry or Lawrence. Like, it doesn't bother me.
Right.
But like, going into offices, I introduce myself as Lawrence, just because I grew up as Larry, so I think of Larry as a kid name. But the moment I introduce myself as Lawrence, and they go, so what do you like being called? Larry or Lawrence? And you're like, I don't really care about what I just say.
Right. So I'm kind of the same way as you. I grew up as a Mike, but to me that's a kid name.
Yeah.
So I like Michael better.
Okay.
But you know, whatever.
So where does
don't call me late for dinner.
So where does PL4STIC come from?
Gosh. It's just a name I picked, honestly, when I first started my Instagram account doing 3D printing stuff. Okay. There wasn't really much thought put into it. I wanted something with plastic in it. And, you know, it was a long time ago. Jesus.
How long ago was it? Like, how long have you been doing 3D printing? Well, we're going to get into that for sure about 3D printing. So where does it
started in 2009, late 2019, right before COVID.
Okay. So where did the idea of using a 4 for the A come in?
Because the PL4STIC was taken.
Where you're like, damn it, are you kidding me?
I can use a 4, and just to make it a pain in the dick to type in to anything.
It's not easy.
No, it's horrible. It's horrible. Going back, I would change it, but whatever.
Because normally you don't. I mean, you see people do the 3 for an E all the time, but you don't see a 4 for an A a lot. I mean, I know it's done, but usually it's like
right,
you know.
Right.
So it was like when I'm like typing it in, I'm like I'm trying to like make the thumbnail. I'm like, is this right? And then you're kind of looking at it, like you know how to spell it, but it's just not. You know, it's not showing up properly in your mind. So
going back, I would change it. I would change the whole shit.
See, now you can't. Like once you're, and that's what I try to tell people. Like once you become established, that's how people get to know you. But it's weird calling you PL4STIC. You're Michael, you know, because I got to know you. And PL4STIC, it doesn't flow off the tongue. Like people would call me punk now, or where it's like, all right, I guess if you said punk back in the day, there's so many of us, there's so many punks, you know, you wouldn't think of it, but in this realm, it's just like, oh, I guess they're talking to me.
Well, it's like the brand, right?
Yeah. So let's quickly say hi to the chat, and then we're going to get into you and all about you, and you can tell us what's going on. So we have son of a crayon slayer here, GI bro, who I know you met, and so you know exactly what those guns look like. Aaron the toy enhancer, Daredevil Dave, who I don't think you got to see him die, but Aaron the toy enhancer did. Mr. Wonderful is here. Allison Troy is in the house. Tony's Figs, who also has one of these wonderful things.
I just finished this for Tony this afternoon.
Oh, we'll talk about that. We will talk about that.
Shipped out tomorrow.
And thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
Clint Jorgensen is in the house. We have Wraith Mace. Toy Matrix. I already sent Clint. So Action Figs, one of my moderators, is here. We have Hustle SM. Toy Matrix. I always imagine Punk on the mic sing that song. Yeah. Not anymore. Well, you can still imagine. You can still imagine it. Sean Jones is here. And that's it. Okay, you want to say hi? All right, come on, say hi. My gosh.
And Roman is here.
I know, buddy. I know, but I'm trying to do something.
The best boy.
Yeah, he's the best boy because he's like, hey, look, you're going right now. And Bobby Wold asks, that Terradrome is the thumb in the thumbnail. Is that something he has done? Yes. I think that's how you got known. Is do people get to know you more from that or from the pit?
The pit I did got me first known, I think, big on the scene. And then the Terradome was afterwards.
Yeah. Because the Terradrome was right before Joe Fest that you showed it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of the perfect storm. I kind of dropped it right before Joe Fest, and then
that was a sneaky little thing you did there.
Yeah.
We have a Charlotte Legg. Is this someone you know?
Yeah, that's my girlfriend.
Okay, because I was about to say, I know she's never been here. Thank you for joining us. I'm assuming you're joining for Michael, not me, but I appreciate it either way. But Todd, see, I'm glad I appreciate you joining also. All right. Do you mind me asking about how old you are?
About how old? I am about 50.
About 50. Okay. So 50 years old. So I turned 49 at the end of this month. Oof. So we're in the same age range. I'm sure a lot of, I don't want to say collecting, but playing with toys and what molded us as kids is going to be pretty much the same. Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up in upstate New York, a little town called Cohoes.
So kind of explain when you say upstate New York, like what? Yeah. I think of New York, and I had I forget who else I had on that was from New York, and I was like, when I think of New York, I just assume there's no trees other than in Central Park. It looks like Coruscant. All right, it's all buildings across the whole state. All right,
it's just paved at one end to the other.
That's exactly it, except for Central Park, where there's just murder upon murder. I've watched Blue Bloods, and I've watched not Criminal Minds. What's the other one? SVU, Law and Order. That's it. All right. So when you say upstate New York, how upstate? Like how far away from New York City are you?
So I am closer to Canada than I am to New York City. How about that?
Okay.
2.5 hours to New York City, 2 hours now, about dead square in the middle. 2.5 hours to Canada, 2.5 hours to New York City.
Okay. So now we're in New York.
Aaron, the toy enhancer, so he's from Binghamton. So he's from New York City is a little tiny dot at the bottom of the state. And then there's the whole rest of the state. So Aaron the Toy Enhancer is from like 3 hours from me as well, but he's west of me, kind of southwest.
Okay. Well, he's way south now because he's in.
And Woody's from Brooklyn, I think, right? You got to tell.
Woody, where are you from?
The accent I can tell he's from.
No, Woody is from Maryland. He's lived right by Hasbro Factory. He sounds
like he's straight out of Brooklyn.
Yeah. So Ed says only non-New Yorkers think all of New York is city. Well, exactly. But everyone thinks all of Michigan is like burnt out, like shithole, like Detroit. It's not.
Right.
Mr. Mad Gus says, I've come to chew bubble gum and learn about our new guest, and I'm all out of bubble gum. You can't chew gum and do a show like this. I know people try it. You shouldn't be eating. Drinking you have to do, but there's some things that drive me nuts. Eating on stream is one of the most annoying things that you can do. You hear me, all you people who eat? And if you think I'm talking about you, it's because I am. If you think it's aimed at you, it's because it is. Okay, so when you guys talk about New York and Canada, are you guys like right against? I mean, are you guys? I know you guys are right against Niagara Falls, but how does it border anywhere else? I'm trying to think of how New York sits.
Yeah, New York borders. So the north end of us, Canada, and then Lake Erie, one of the Great Lakes, and then Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, and Massachusetts.
Oh, I know New Jersey because when I was there, I almost ended up in New York when I was leaving.
Yeah,
because I got on the turnpike the wrong way.
That whole area, New York, New Jersey, that whole area, you can go in and out of New York and New Jersey like 10 times in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I almost made it there, and I didn't want to because I'm like, I'm supposed to go the other way.
Yeah.
I just want to get back the other way on the turnpike.
So we're all the way north where, the men are men and the sheep are nervous.
And Derek has joined us saying, my dudes, I'm at band practice, dropping in to say what's up. You couldn't take today off to see your friend on the show here. So Ed says Punk Niagara Falls.
He's playing this weekend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's got to practice. They haven't played together in a long time.
So when I thought I would be the only straight edge guy at Joe Fest, right. I clearly was not, because Derek is. And then someone tried to say that the owner of Super 7 is, but he makes shitty toys, so I don't count him.
No, he definitely is.
Is he really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Brian definitely is.
Yeah.
Brian's definitely in the hardcore scene and all that.
I know that.
We spent a long time in the Super 7 booth.
Oh, did you? Did you ask him why he makes shitty toys?
Well, I don't like this. They have no elbows.
Well, I mean, he does like Gorilla Biscuits, and he does, the agnostic front. I mean, that stuff. Those are deep cuts.
Right.
Agnostic front, okay. Gorilla Biscuits, come on, dude. You don't like if you're not hardcore, you don't know who Gorilla Biscuits are.
Right.
The Rancid, Circle Jerk, Skank Man, like that type of stuff, yeah. But I'm still waiting for like some sort of like alleyway crew or something. I'll buy that. I'll spend $20 on that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you're from upstate New York. I'm assuming you spent your whole life there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, aside my time in the Army and college and shit. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that then. Because. Yeah. All right. So, were your parents married? They divorced?
Yeah. They. No, my parents married. Normal kind of lower middle like class upbringing.
Any siblings?
Yep. I have a brother who's 18 months younger than me, so I had a built-in play partner.
Built-in play friend. Awesome.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Just the two of you?
Nope. And then I have another brother who's 8 years younger than me. He's the accident, but he's like the other family.
The other family.
You know what I mean?
That's when you can kind of be like, oh my God, mom and dad still do that?
Right. I remember. A funny story. You remember when you used to have like the phone on the wall in the kitchen and the phone in the thing? So the phone rang and I picked it up at the same time my mom picked it up in the bedroom, and it was the doctor telling my mom she was pregnant. She was, and I was listening in, and I was like, mom's gonna have a kid.
So you found out when your mom did?
Yeah.
That is.
The doctor called.
And she didn't know that, like, she didn't hear because I know a lot of times you'd be able to still hear when someone else was.
No,
like,
my mom was. Yeah, no, my mom was one of those. She couldn't tell.
That is awesome. All right, so as a kid, do you remember like the first toys that you had playing up, like the first toys that you played with? Because
The first toys, yes.
yeah, because I think for a lot of us it was like Adventure People, Hot Wheels, Matchbox. Like, do you remember like the first toys you played with
The
were?
first toys I remember playing with are Shogun Warriors and the Guns of Navarone playset for the little green army men.
Okay, I remember Green Army Men, but
Remember
I
Green
don't.
Army Men, all right? There
Yeah.
was a Guns of Navarone playset, and it was a giant mountain, and it was
Oh,
plastic, and it stood about 2.5 feet tall, and it had cannons coming out the side of the mountain, and it was only half a mountain. You could flip it around.
yeah.
It had levels on it.
I vaguely remember that, but I don't remember. I don't remember the name. I think it's crazy that you remember. So how old were you? Like how? Like
4, 5. My girlfriend says I have a crazy memory for specific things, but I think it comes with my ADD.
there's a
So
good chance.
you make it work for you, right? So
I love the Army Men were seriously still
right,
some of the most fun times because
right,
there was no. You just set them up. There was no setting them up until someone stepped on it, and one of them broke, and you're trying to bend it back into place.
right,
Uh,
right, yeah,
and Derek says, "Yes, you do." So I guess that confirms it, right?
right.
um. So you remember, like, did you have like, I mean, did you play with Hot Wheels or anything like that? Like, were you just
No, we had some Hot Wheels. I don't remember that. I remember the Shogun Warriors. We had the 18-inch Shogun Warriors or the 24-inch Shogun Warriors, the big ones.
I don't even remember.
Godzilla. We had a Godzilla,
Oh, okay, all right.
and
I
then
would
the
not have
Shogun
known.
Warriors were the same scale.
All right. I know Ed's gonna be like, yeah, yeah, this is exactly what they were. I had these. Ed's had like everything. He's
Yeah,
crazy.
and I remember those got played with an awful lot, and then like Lincoln Logs, bullshit like that.
Lincoln Logs were a lot of fun, and I talked about it. I use a set of Lincoln Logs that my kids had for the backdrop of all my ninjas because
Right,
it's just kind of it works for like a ninjas, the ninjas breaking in. And then you realize like this seemed like a lot of Lincoln Logs, but it really isn't because when you try and put them up with 6-inch figures, it's it's a lot. And then you look how expensive they are, and you're like, why is wood that expensive? I have trees all over that I want to cut down. Why can't they just cut down some of these trees and make some for me?
right.
um, so again, we're the same age, so I think Star Wars really
Star Wars.
influenced us. But do you remember like the first toy that you fell in love with?
That's a good question. First toy I fell in love with was probably the Millennium Falcon.
So the Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like I don't mean the first toy, but I meant like the first toy line, ones that you weren't.
Oh, first toy line was Star Wars. I did
Okay.
collect I did collect an awful lot of Star Wars. Well, once GI Joe came along, Star Wars kind of
Yeah. Ed says we weren't all spoiled flag owner kids, punk.
right.
I'm not gonna argue. Like, and when everyone says you were spoiled, weren't you? I don't go. Whenever someone like you find out they had everything, and you're like, you were spoiled, weren't you? And they're like, no, I really wasn't. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I pretty much, I only wanted GI Joe, so I don't really know how much of other stuff I wanted. So I had a little bit of everything, but I'm not gonna sit there and be like one of those guys and be like, no, I wasn't spoiled. I was.
Yeah.
My parents made sure I had what I wanted, probably more than I should have. So you had Star Wars, but when GI Joe came along, that was
Yeah, I remember still it was the summer of '82. My brother's birthday's in June, mine's in July. So his is on June 15th. He got a, a grunt and the Ram cycle.
okay.
and Stalker, I think. And I was like, oh my God, what are these? My dad was a sergeant major in the Army.
All right.
So he was in the reserves. So he bought all these for us. He was more than happy to, because we would play guns. Just, I hear you talking about guns all the time.
It was so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's so weird because this day and age, it has a stigma, and I understand the stigma because of the awful things that have been done with kids and the violence. But running through the woods, running through, I mean, I lived in townhouses, or in condos, and there was townhouses next to us. Running through, and there's a lot. It's not like one of those ones where it's just like a couple streets of them. I mean, there's thousands of units just running through there just for hours all day, and then going into the woods and playing and walking through the creek. It was so much fun. And again, I guess you didn't understand. You don't understand what the military actually is at that point. Like, you don't understand what death is.
Yeah,
but
no, the Army was something Dad went to on weekends.
Dad went to, and you went out and played with guns.
Yeah, he was a Vietnam vet, you know what I mean? But he never talked about that until he got later on. When I realized, oh shit, Dad's like full of stories and stuff. So
yeah, my dad served. He served in the Navy for I think 4 years during Vietnam. But he was like, he's like, I will never say that I served in Vietnam. He goes, I was serving during Vietnam, but I was never, I never had a boat that went into battle. I was never, I never went on there. He goes, I refuse to take that. That is something that those people had to deal with. I didn't have to deal with that. I was on a boat.
yeah.
And I didn't understand it as a kid. As an adult, I fully understand. Like, it's very respectful to understand. Like, I mean, people are proud that they served, but you're not always proud of everything that you had to do during any type of conflict or war that we've had to go through.
Well, that's why my girlfriend and I were just having this conversation. I don't consider myself a veteran, even though I served in the reserves for 8 years, because mine was completely during peacetime, and I never had to do any. I never had to fire my weapon. You know what I mean? I never felt threatened. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I don't do that.
I still would consider you a veteran because you went and you served, but I mean, I do understand what you're saying, and again, I think that's very respectful, and again, I think everyone kind of looks at that. I think everyone kind of look at that differently, and how someone can actually see it, where it's like, yeah, I was in the reserves, but I didn't really serve. I was there if I needed to, just like what my dad had said, and I didn't understand it as a kid because you're like, no, you were in Vietnam, Dad. Like, I was not in Vietnam, but you also you don't grasp what Vietnam is till you're an adult and you're looking at it going, oh, that was awful. Like, those were teenagers that had to go do awful things, and not by their choice, all of them.
So now I have an 18-year-old who's seriously considering going into the Marines, and I'm shitting myself.
So you're not really.
Parent should, you know what I mean? Because at this time is not like when I signed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it is. I mean, it is different, and I don't know. It's what I don't want my kids to be in the military, but I'd be very proud of them if they were. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. I said that to him. I said, but as a father, I want to protect you. So
same with like being a police officer. Like, I don't want. Right. I mean, I wouldn't want my kids to be a police officer because we know what can happen, the stigma. But you'd be very proud of them doing what they're doing. My daughter wants to be a lawyer. She does not want to be a defense lawyer, which I'm like, that's good, because we wouldn't. I can't go for the defense lawyers. I'm sorry. I know there are some innocent people that get defended, but the defense lawyer is to present the evidence or lack thereof evidence. All right. That and going to Ohio State. Like, I'm sorry. Two things I don't want my kids doing. For good reason. Matthew Matson says, get him a copy of G.I. Joe 155. They paint a clear picture of military service, in my opinion. If someone has about $217 to $235, then okay. I only know that because that's where I started selling off my comics, and I had 2 of them. And I was shocked at how much those things went for.
Really?
Like, totally shocked at how expensive those things were. Yeah. But when I wanted to get rid of my comics, I wasn't going to get rid of any of my G.I. Joe. And then I started looking at like the later ones. I'm like, I wasn't even reading this. Like, the ones that are all beat up, those are the ones that meant something to me because I was buying them at 7-Eleven and Perry Drugs. I don't know if you guys ever had Perry Drugs. It became Rite Aid, which Rite Aid became nothing. So they weren't bagged. They weren't boarded. So those were actually the only ones I kept. Like those ones, which they weren't worth any money anyway because they were so beat up. But all those last like 20, 30 issues were worth a lot of money. Just I made a lot back. So you fall in love with G.I. Joe. Did you play with Masters of the Universe, Transformers? I mean, were there other lines
that were around? Not Masters of the Universe. We had a lot of kids in the neighborhood. We had like my parents bought like the last house of like a development that kind of stopped building.
Okay.
So we had like fields across from our house that were supposed to have been built on that weren't. And so we had like dirt bike tracks and shit like that over there. We could play guns over there. Build forts. You guys built forts?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Yeah, forts.
We built a lot of forts.
Yeah, we had
That's where you put your porn magazines. You put them in your fort.
I never had that. Like that I can say we never did.
I've been shocked about we would just wander through the woods and find porn magazines. And I don't think that's something that kids do anymore.
No, because they found it from their parents.
And would they just go to the woods and throw it in there? Oh, the amount of porn magazines, I can tell you, I could probably count on 2 hands the amount of porn magazines we found in the woods. And that's a lot of porn. And they were all in different parts of the woods.
Derek is not doing very well practicing with his band right now. I do remember finding them, but we didn't have 4. But because people would steal them from their parents and stuff like that. And I'll be 100% honest, I fully didn't understand because I was very, very late into all of that. But I remember we built forts. The woods that we used to play guns in, there was trails, and we would ride bikes. And there was this thing they called it Bell Taco.
Okay.
And I had to figure out why and ask, and I don't know who named it, but it's because it dipped down, it went straight, and then it came up, and they said it looks like a taco upside down. So they named it Bell Taco because we're unoriginal, or they were unoriginal because Taco Bell Taco. And we played guns there, but it had eroded, and we'd ride our bikes down and then jump out. And then you see kids that were really good doing like 360s. They didn't really know what they were doing. I don't think because I don't think we had many dirt bikers or like BMXers, but we all learned how to ride down. And yeah, I may be misremembering it, but I swear it was like 10 feet down. Like it wasn't like a straight, but it was because I remember going down when it was muddy and just wiping out, and my buddy laughing at me. But we used to always ride it. I like. And I'm like you're probably misremembering. It probably wasn't that big, but however big it was, there's no way in hell you'd catch me going down today.
I know. I walk through the areas now. It's all developed now, but my mom still lives in that house. So
okay.
I walk through the area and I'm like, man, we used to do a lot of stuff around here. But
so my ex lives in the trailer park that they had started building right over where I grew up.
Okay.
And all of that is gone because there used to be all these woods. we used to have this. It was called the Dead End. That's where we skated
Mhm.
because it had started to collapse, and they put mounds of dirt up, and because it came to an end, a dead end, and like the L for cars, they couldn't go through it because they put the dirt up because it was starting to collapse. Well, they were building condos, and we'd steal the wood and go build ramps. And those construction guys would come over there and sit down at lunchtime, watch us skateboard, and we were always worried like they were going to figure it out. As an adult, you're like, they totally knew where we got the fucking wood from, right? Like they totally knew. Like they were probably like, hey, let's go watch those kids skateboard on that wood they stole. But it's not their money, so they don't care, right?
Right.
And we stole so much wood. I mean, we built half pipes, rent. I mean, we had so much stuff that there was no way they didn't come back and be like, more stuff gone. But they don't care, right? It's not their money. They're just going to charge, the owner's just going to charge the next person. So, anyway, so G.I. Joe, like, was it, but like, there wasn't a lot of other things you played with?
Transformers. I did a lot of Transformers.
Okay.
They were like, to me, they were more adult than G.I. Joe for some reason.
I can see that.
I don't know why.
I think a few people have mentioned that they were much more expensive, and I don't really remember because I wasn't paying attention to price, but they do make sense. I mean, they were much more intricate. I mean,
they were robots. They were cool.
Yeah.
I was in '88. I was going into high school, so
okay.
That's kind of where my cutoff was. I started getting into skateboarding in '86, '87.
Okay.
So.
Bearderson says we would ride our BMX bikes in dugout foundations of unfinished developments and through forests, and I won't even let my kids ride their bikes further than I can see them, and probably have to wear a helmet too.
Truth. I grew up on. So Derek and I grew up on a place called the Island, and it's where the Hudson and the Mohawk meet. Hudson River and the Mohawk meet. And so you could throw a stone from my parents' house one way or another way, and you hit one of the other rivers. And we used to literally play. I still remember this. Walking across the Hudson River while it was frozen. We thought it was frozen. And rolling a tire in front of us.
To see it crack?
If the tire fell in, we would turn around and run back.
You didn't realize how ice probably cracked then.
Right. Now I live on the Pet Cemetery Road where nobody can go on the front lawn.
We'll talk about that later on when we get to it. So have you and Derek known each other for...
We've known each other forever, since kindergarten. We grew up together. We grew apart, raised our families, and actually G.I. Joe brought us back together. It's funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean,
really
cool. That's awesome that there's two total nerds that...
Right. We went totally different paths, totally different directions. We lost touch for, we'd see each other, every 3 or 4 years, in passing somewhere. And then we ended up living a couple doors down from one another.
Oh, wow. Do you still live?
No, I'm so my ex-wife had to, she had to leave the state for a job. And I had to move.
Sure.
I had to move, not because she's a crazy bitch. I had to move back into my old town so that my sons could continue school there.
All right.
So I got an apartment, and then what was I doing? I was moving groceries from my car one day, and he came walking by. He said, "Hey," I said, "Hey, where are you?" He goes, "I live right there." So we lived like 2 doors down, and we said, "What have you been doing?" And I said, "Well, actually, I've been making toys." And he goes, "Oh yeah?" And he goes, I go, yeah, I make toys for G.I. Joe things. He goes, dude, I'm deep in the line. So, and from that was 2001. So from then on out, we've been.
Oh, you were making stuff that long ago?
2002, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Early
okay,
2002.
we'll get into that shortly.
Yeah.
When we get to it. When we get, yeah, of course we'll get to it when we get to it. Yeah, I didn't realize. I knew you guys knew each other pretty well, but I didn't know you guys knew each other for that long.
Yeah.
But with social media now, it's easy to reconnect with somebody that. It's easier to reconnect with people in so many ways, but to find out that someone else has these interests, no matter what it is, whether it be skateboarding or whatever, like that people have these interests that you're like, oh wow, I didn't realize. Like I'm shocked at how many people know so many of the bands, so many of the punk bands that I listen to.
Right.
It's like, oh wow, like I found out that in this genre of everything that we're doing, there is a lot of punk fans. I mean, the amount of people that will somehow out of nowhere notice a shirt. And then the amount of people that will ask me, not so much anymore, but for a while would be like, are you a punk fan? Like, are you a punk? Or are you just like a punk with toys? And I'm like, it's a play on words. I'm a punk rocker. But I'm like, doesn't the song and like all the, especially when someone's like, oh, I like punk too. Is that what you're in? Are you into? And I'm like, you never notice like the Circle Jerks, Pennywise,
Right.
Sick of It All Bad. Like, I don't wear it every single time, but I think I wear it enough that I know, because I know people notice. I had somebody actually make a comment about the Bad Religion shirt and say, not to tell you, how you should run your channel or anything, but if you want to reach out to a bigger audience, you might not want to wear that shirt. It might be offensive to people. And I was like, if this is going to offend someone, then I really don't want them.
Right.
Considering it's a band that was made, a band that started in 70, 78, 79. Yeah, this has been around longer than this channel. They'll be around longer than the channel. And if that offends you, then I'm sorry. you don't have to watch it. But no, I think when I look back, and it was really when you brought it up, how like we were playing with toys, but we were also running over and we're playing guns. And we're creating, tracks. We were doing the same thing, and I guess I never really put that together. We came from this our era, our generation. Like you're playing with toys, but then you're also going outside and you're recreating that toy. But then you'd be riding your bikes, and like we were dirt biking and didn't really know that we were dirt biking.
Right.
We were riding bikes through
Evel Knievelin.
Yeah. Oh my God. A friend of mine had, his dad had money. He had a little fat boy motorcycle. And I remember jumping it and smashing into like not a tree, but the stump of a tree, and like bouncing back and falling, and you get back up. He's like, "Hey, you okay?" And bike's all right. Okay. I could imagine doing that today, like, or letting my kids even at age 10 or whatever they were.
No, what are you doing? Oh, we're going out to ride the dirt. We're going out to jump off the cliff. Okay, see you later.
Yeah. And the worst part is, like, the kids today now, they have phones, so at least we can track them. Our parents didn't even know what stupid things we were doing.
Come back.
And nor did they care. You came home. That's all that mattered. You came home. A punk with a dislocated shoulder. I want to say, until the TV show and to the movie Adam came out. Do you remember Adam? Adam Walsh?
Is that the one with the missing kid?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. When
that came out, that was when my mom, like, that's when I was no longer being left alone at Kmart in the aisle and everything. And I remember watching it, and one of the first aisles that he's in is the G.I. Joe aisle. And I remember my mom making me watch it, and it changed everything, because this is the first time that it was really
No,
Not
we were always aware of that because we were from like a rough town. Like the town we were from was like an old mill town. Was kind of like lower middle class. So
okay.
you were always aware there was like that house on the backside of my parents' house, like that you kind of walked on the other side of the street from. You know what I mean? Like, and you didn't know why, but you just know Mr. Landry was kind of weird, and he had the weird fingernails. You stayed the fuck away from him, And then, but when we would one end of the shopping plaza, groceries shopping was a weekly thing, and one end of the shopping plaza was a Price Chopper, which is a supermarket, and the other end of the shopping plaza was a Bradley's, and there was like 8 stores in between it, and we would go shopping with my mom to the shopping thing, and then my brother and I would peel off and run to the other end of the shopping plaza and all American City. We would run to the other end of the shopping plaza and we would go to the GI Joe section of Bradley's because our allowance was $2.50 a piece each week, and for $5 you could buy a GI Joe figure.
Then you were overpaying because they were $2.69 here.
Oh, $5.
It's crazy that I remember.
Or maybe it was we got $1.25 a piece, and for $2.50. All I know is we had to go in halves. We had to each put our money together to buy one GI Joe figure a week, and I would always just end up talking my brother into whatever one I wanted to get.
So Christoph Scuba jumping in here saying, "Damn, I miss dirt biking. Found some crazy dirt bike trails by my house." You know what would be amazing is if we all went down to Joe Fest like a couple days early and like a bunch of us went dirt biking, and then we could see which ones of us come out unharmed.
With my sweet hutch.
We would be in. I had a Diamondback. I remember.
Oh,
I can't remember what type of Diamondback.
Derek had a hot bike.
A hot bike.
He had real good bike. It was a white bike. What the fuck kind of was it?
Haro or no? That would be a GT Performer. Was it GT Pro Performer?
He'll put it
because there's the GT Performer that everyone liked. Then there was the GT Dyno. There was Haro, but I remember the GT Performer as being white. Some of them being white.
There it is, the Haro Master.
The Haro Master. That's. But could you imagine if we went and found some old just trails and we rode dirt bikes right before Joe Fest? We'd come in all scratched up. There'd be at least a couple broken arms.
Right. I can't do it now. I tried to skateboard still. Oh. It's all right. I can still kickflip.
Kickflips are difficult. They take energy these days.
Yeah, they do.
That's fine. Tony had a Huffy, so I didn't realize Tony was poor.
Tony, you have to cut off the streamers.
When you had the Huffy, you went out and you bought the nice handle grips, so they made it look not like it wasn't as bad. Oh, his was chrome. His was chrome, he said. And the fact that he made sure you knew that. You know what? I brought my board, but I was just like, if I get hurt here, that is like the worst thing that I could think of. But if we can figure out where there's a skate park, I'll go skating.
We'll just do some slappies on the curbs in the parking lot.
I can't do slappies anymore.
Oh, those are easy. You don't even have to ollie.
Yeah, I was never good at slappies.
No.
Never.
That's old man style skating. Just slappies everywhere.
I was a board
slide.
I was a board slide guy. Yeah, I was a board slide guy. Lip slides, board slides. I'd say no slides, but I was never good at ollieing too much into the no slide. I did the slappy into one. Couldn't tail slide for my life.
Last trick I was able to pull off, last good trick was a 360 or a kickflip 360.
360 kickflip. Yeah, I didn't do any this year. I think I came close. I didn't skate very much this year. The guys are kind of they're not happy with me because I haven't skated. They're all like, "Come on, you need to get out there." I'm like, and
It's
I
tough
just,
being a 50-year-old guy skateboarding.
it is, especially when you're going out with these guys that are in their mid to almost late 20s, and they're telling you like, "Oh yeah, we skated last week," and I'm just sore. I'm like, "Shut up, dude." Like, you want me to come out here, and I just had a lot going on. There was a lot that was going on in my life this year. The years before that, I'd been skating a lot. Since my ex and I split, I was skating all the time, and it just took a lot out of me this year. Just a lot of stuff in my life going on. So I'm like, all right, I go, 29th is my birthday. It's Sunday. I'm like, I'm going to come out there, skate the ramp, and my buddy's all like, yeah, you got to get out. You got to, let's make, I'm like, all right, we'll get out there. Since you're working there, you're working at the park. So anyway, enough about that crap. But I do think, and again, I never really put two and two together. We were doing a lot of like playing with our toys, yet still being out and kind of still, we're still playing, like you said, when you're playing guns, which I absolutely loved, it was awesome. And then you kind of get into, sports. So as you're in middle school, were you still playing with toys, or did you?
Yeah, but I was doing it on the sly. You know what I mean? I was
Okay.
doing it with my brother as an excuse. You know what I'm saying? Because at that point I was getting into I remember my buddy got a skateboard for Christmas of 86.
Okay.
And that's kind of we went up and down this dead end road until we could all go end to end without falling off. And then I begged my parents for I got a Corey O'Brien
I
with
love that graphic.
Indy trucks and Powell wheels.
Pow, not slime balls, huh?
No, rat bones.
Oh, the rat bones. That's
Yeah. Yeah. I had the rails. Oh yeah.
so. Was that your first brand new skateboard?
My first professional skateboard. I had the Veriflex.
Oh,
But
okay. Yeah, I guess.
everybody had the Veriflex.
I didn't have a Veriflex, but I had other shitty ones. Like, I had
No,
other cheap ones, but not. I never had a Veriflex.
it wasn't like maple. It was like
Oh
plywood.
yeah, they were they were pine, and like,
But
I mean, they actually waterlog quicker than a
yeah,
Powell bonite.
no concave to it.
My first brand new board was a um, Elva Bill Danforth Mini, because he was from Michigan, with Gullwing Super Pro 3s,
No.
Elva hardcore wheels with German bearings.
You got to go
And
Swiss bearings, buddy.
I ride Swiss now, but back then we rode German but they were way cheaper.
Yeah.
They were way cheaper. But that's all I rode since I started skating again. Or what is because we were always told that Swiss bearings, like, we had it in our mind that they broke apart really easy. You find out if as long as you take care of them, you don't ride them through dirt, they survive because they're meant to. They run awesome.
Ride through mud puddles.
Yeah. I mean, if I had the money, to buy ceramic bearings, I would. But when you compare the ceramic for $150 to
Yeah.
Powell, I
That
mean,
was a complete setup.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's how much they are now. Like those the Bones ceramic bearings run, I think, around 180 now. Yeah, and that's great. But if one gets ruined, then they get ruined,
Right.
because they are ceramic, and they don't really spin nearly enough. Turk Murphy says, my favorite board was a Bill Danforth Mini. I didn't say it was my favorite. I said it was my first. Bobby says, I tried skateboarding back in high school. I just never knew how to adjust tricks. Always has a death wobble coming down hills.
You got to tighten the chucks.
You just don't go down hills then.
And
Once
how
you
you
get
get out of death? You know how you get out of death wobble?
don't do
Lean
it.
forward. You got it. That's how you do it. You lean over the top front truck and you stop.
Yeah, but if you catch wheel bite, you're going.
Oh yeah, you are.
Yeah, you're going. Yeah,
You gotta
speed
commit.
wobbles were. You know, you had to control, like, you have to know how to control your speed, or you needed to control your speed.
Right.
Doing 4-wheel power slides and just kind of moving around like that. But oh my God.
What was your favorite board?
I don't think I have a favorite. I had so many boards, I can't tell you I couldn't tell you that I had a favorite board. I would say my favorite boards were the World Industry boards during the early 80s and early 90s.
It's a Barnard Vallely.
Okay. So let's talk about that board. I know right now people are like, oh. I had a love-hate with that World Industries Barnard.
Was so good.
So that was really the first modern skateboard.
Two tails. Right.
Yeah. But it didn't have two tails because
the nose was longer than the tail.
No, the nose was shorter. It was like an inch shorter, but it was like the first almost popsicle stick.
Right.
Right. And I remember Valley skating it, or Valley skating. It's actually pronounced Valley, I believe. With an extra, it's
Valley, right? I always called it Valley.
No, it's actually Valley, I believe. Like it's silent. And the only reason I know is the guy at the skate park said that that somebody he was talking to somebody ordering it, and he's like, no, that's not how you pronounce it. And she finally goes, it's my husband, I know how to pronounce it. And he was like, oh, okay. All right. So I hated that board. And then I got rid of it, and I get a new one. And then I was like, oh my God, I really want that board. I just loved it. And everyone's like, you hate it? I'm like, no, I loved it. And then I got it and I hated it. And then I did the same thing. I got a new one after that because I hated it. And then I got a third one, and everyone's like, why do you keep doing this? And finally I'm like, I'm done with this board. I love the graphics. Right. It has this love-hate with me. But for me, it would be the World Industry boards. And that was World, Blind, Plan B, all of those. But I don't have a board. I mean, I can't say that I had a board that I loved, that just rings out that I remember. The Ron Allen I loved.
That was a good board.
Everyone else wanted the Hensley.
Wait, the H Street one?
The H Street Ron Allen.
Yeah, that's a good one. The Hensley one was good too.
I hated the Hensley one until he got rid of the fishtail.
Okay.
Once he got rid of the fishtail,
those corners always just broke off anyway.
What?
Those corners on that tail always just broke off.
Yeah, they wore. I had a friend that would just completely destroy them over and over and over. But no, you know what I loved, and I actually had a conversation with Willie Santos about the old GNS Street Chomp. They had this huge tail. The GNS Street Chomp had this huge tail and a huge nose. And I was going back and forth with him because he posted a video, and I was like, "Dude, what was that?" And he was like, "That's the Street Chomp." And I was like, I had to go search for it. I'm like, "Dad, I love that board, but you didn't realize how much kick they actually had back then." Some of them got like super crazy when it came to the kick like that. But yeah, but I don't know. I'm glad that you're into skateboarding, because I could do this all day. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm so bad. So okay, so from middle school, you're going into high school.
Right.
Did you put the toys away?
Like I said, I had a built-in excuse. I had a little brother. No, those are my little brothers.
Okay.
They weren't mine. You know what I mean? But then he was kind of maturing a lot faster than I was. In terms of like, he came home drunk in 6th grade, I remember, from school. And I remember being like 8th grade going, I've never even touched a drip of alcohol. You know what I mean? But so he was kind of maturing faster than I was. So he put away the toys. So we also had a little brother who was a holy terror at that time. You know what I mean? So
wait, hold on one second.
Mm-hmm. Somebody been skunked?
No, but I heard something fall in my daughter's taking a shower, so I wanted to make sure, or someone was taking a shower. I don't know which one it was, but
You still
I heard
smell like
something fall.
Do you still smell like skunk?
No, it's pretty much gone.
Every
but
now and again, you catch a whiff of it.
yes, yeah.
It ends up smelling like garlic, really strong garlic after a while.
I don't know. It's not as bad as he's gotten hit before. He's gotten hit before, and like it was like 2 weeks. My house just smelled because there's nothing you can do. You can't leave him outside, and
No.
you can only get so much of it off. And
Right.
when he first comes in, he hits other things. Oh my god. Derek said he had 4 barnyards.
He still got a barnyard. He bought one recently.
Yeah. He keeps remaking them and new models. I'm just not. I don't know. I love the graphics. It's still one of the coolest graphics. I can tell you what my favorite shirt was though. My favorite shirt was the owner of Real. What's his name?
Oh,
Jim Thiebaud.
Yeah.
Jim Thiebaud. KK with a third one being hung by a tree.
Oh, right.
Yes. And I have a nice story that I probably can't tell here. And let's just say it has to do with being at Guar. It has to do with people that don't like other people that aren't completely white, and me not realizing what I was wearing. And then I remembered as they were all yelling at me.
Jesus.
And this was the same day that Pennywise played the exact same day as Guar. And we thought it'd be great because we'll go see Guar, or we'll go see Pennywise and all those bands because this place goes on later. So we'll drive over there. And when we get there, Guar should be about going on. And we showed up there late and found out, oh, the opening band had just started.
Where'd you go, Riot Fest?
No. This was just in Detroit.
Oh, okay.
There was a show at St. Andrews, and then Harpo's had Guar, and we just thought it'd be awesome. It was not. Like by the end of the night, you're like, I hate music. But yeah, there was that shirt. Like I love that. I had that board too. I had that board. Real made some pretty good boards too. So we can't get into. We get into too much of skateboarding. People are gonna be like, I'm out of here.
Truth.
All right, but as you're going into high school, are you skateboarding? Like
Yeah, so I switched over pretty much to skateboarding and girls.
Okay.
And then I pretty much skateboarded all throughout high school.
Now what about like music? Did you get into, I know with me, like again, obviously the punk scene, the hardcore scene.
That was the same deal with us. We were into punk and hardcore and hip hop.
Yeah, the hip hop.
NWA was big.
Yeah.
The hose.
See, like NWA, EPMD, Public Enemy, like all those really fit with the skate scene for some reason.
Right.
It was when they started veering off and all the punk was like taken out of skateboarding.
Right.
I was just like, because you remember the Plan B video, like that's Bad Religion, or not bad. They had Pennywise. I forget there were a few other Descendants were in it, and then before that, all the H Street videos, the Life video,
videos, the Speed Freaks video.
Oh,
the soundtrack for the Speed Freaks video is amazing.
Okay, how well do you know the Speed Freaks?
Really well. I used to watch it. Well, I mean, I had a bootleg. Everybody had the bootleg copy that was a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. To this day, I will say, I don't know, but I'm at the forefront of it. Remember when he shaves his eyebrows? Oh, right.
And his mom's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know, but I'm at the forefront of it. I said that so much that it drove my ex nuts, and she had no idea where it's from.
That's awesome.
That if you guys want the beginning of it, the Buddha pop, and like you start moving, but that is where that stupid fucking barnyard board was born.
Right.
Because he was 180 over the fucking the picnic tables.
To Dinosaur Jr.
Was it Dinosaur Jr.?
Being enough to I'll get you copyright strike. So yeah. So
I love Speed Freaks. Like, and I can remember, but that I still to this day will look and be like, I don't know, but I'm at the forefront of it, and holy crap, dude, it just
Yeah.
it'll drive people nuts.
It sounds like we had like a very parallel life.
Honestly, it really does.
How we like grew up, you know, and
Because we're the same age.
right.
So you go into high school.
Yeah.
You're skateboarding. You're listening to like the punk music. What bands did you get into?
Well, Derek had a band that was pretty popular, called Drown. We listened to, Gorilla Biscuits and 7 Seconds, and I was a lot into metal too, like thrash metal, Testament.
Oh, I love Testament. Derek
and I on the way to Joe Fest listened to like 2 Testament albums on the way down.
Testament, Exodus.
Yeah.
I loved Anthrax, Slayer. Fuck you, Megadeth.
Yeah. I liked Peace Sells, but Who's Buying?
Hangar 18. It's the only good song, I swear. No, we really do have like a very parallel. So then you go into high school and you're skateboarding, girls, music, which you said is mostly punk. Yeah. So what bands were you like what bands were you into? Like, I know you said a couple there, but like, do you remember what your first show was?
Yes. My first show was Halloween.
Oh my God.
Wait, because it's fucking better. No, it was a triple threat. It was like Anthrax. It was Halloween, Exodus, and Anthrax.
Oh my God!
At the RPI Fieldhouse in Troy.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever thought the name Halloween would be brought up on Halloween? The show. Oh, I remember it because we made fun of it because they weren't really good.
No, the guy had like that operatic tried to be Bruce Dickinson but couldn't.
Yes.
Yeah. He was like Queens. It was like the Queensrÿche dude.
Don't get me started on the Queensrÿche. That Queensrÿche sounded exactly like Anthrax, like the voice. Till they hired him to sing for Anthrax, then he sounded nothing like that.
You were talking about the Silent Lucidity dude?
I don't know.
That Queensrÿche guy?
I don't know.
Was it more than one? Because I can't imagine Queensrÿche sounding like Anthrax.
His voice sounded like Joey Belladonna. At least I always thought it did. And then when they fired Joey Belladonna, they hired him, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, this should still be good." And then the Sound of White Noise came out, and that was just a sound of shit.
I do remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yes, that's when I stopped listening to him.
So,
Joey Belladonna is from the town right next to ours.
Oh, is he? I'm so glad they went back and got him. Yeah. He just, even though he looks like a how you say cock rocker.
Still.
Yes. He is the voice of Anthrax. I don't care how many other guys they had. His voice just made, to me, Persistence of Time is still like one of the best albums. It is their best album.
Yeah.
And I can listen to it. It's just, there's a lot of songs on that really hit home with me. Because for me, music, I have to, for the most part, I have to feel it. Like, that's why I like hardcore and punk. I tell people, I go, it's very, when you listen to it, it's about community. It's about camaraderie.
Right.
There's a lot of politics in it, yes. But it's for politics as in like what needs to be, done better. It's about family. And sure, you get guys, bands like NoFX and Guttermouth, the Vandals. They're not really going to sing too much about stuff that is politically correct. Matter of fact, that's why I really like Guttermouth, because there's nothing politically correct about them. But you listen to Pennywise and Sick of It, or Pennywise and like Bad Religion, Rancid. You listen to their lyrics and you're like, all right, this makes a lot of sense compared to like, what was that WAP song?
That's
Wet
just fun,
Ass.
though. It's
What?
just fun, though, to sing.
I can't. I don't. I only know it because other people have brought it up. I have no idea exactly. I have no idea. I've never. It's probably been on the back. I don't listen to radio stations, so I don't even know. I just know it because it was brought up, and I'm like, you hear some of that stuff, and like, what is the song about? Oh yeah, this is great. This is what my kids need to be listening to.
It'd be God forbid. It'd be an old man.
But you hear "fuck authority" and people are like, oh my god, how could they say that? It's like, just listen to the lyrics, and it's a lot better than what you're hearing now.
So yeah, I went through all that period of time where I was metal, I was hardcore, we were punk. When we got out of high school, I got into punk a lot. That was right around the time punk kind of exploded. It went from hardcore to. It went from heavy metal to grunge or punk, right? Kind of split,
okay.
Right?
Yeah, grunge. I hate the grunge space. I hate grunge music. I loathe it. All right.
I like Soundgarden and shit like that now, but I can't listen to like Pearl Jam. That
grunge, and then the emo band. You're Unbelievable. Who is saying that Unbelievable song?
EMF.
Oh my god, so awful. And then there was another one that was just like them at the same time.
Oh, they were all like that. But dude, that's pop music, right?
I know, but everyone's like, this is punk. I'm like, oh god.
Oh, that wasn't punk. The Jesus and Mary chain, remember that shit?
Oh, like those are fighting words. Like people don't even
was real big into that, like Jane's Addiction shit.
But so like the first actual concert that I went to was we were off that day. It was a Friday. We went and saw Army of Darkness, and then we went and saw Biohazard open up for Sick of It All at St. Andrews in downtown Detroit. And you want to talk about never having to worry about going to another show because you're like, holy shit, dude, this is what I just walked into.
Right.
And I'm like, I think 14, 15 at the time. You're like, all right, well, you know what? You've seen it. Now you can go to other shows, and you're not going to be scared of the stuff because you kind of know what the hell is going on. But I don't know if it was the last time that I saw Sick of It All, but it was at the end, and I like everyone was like, just talking, and Lou was sitting there, and I brought it up to him, and he remembered exactly, like that was '93 tour, probably because they remember Biohazard opening up for him. Same time, Toy says Biohazard, Sick of It All. That's the best show ever for 14. Oh, dude, it was fucking nuts, dude. Like,
we had Sick of It All. They were local to us. You know what I mean? Like,
well, yeah, because Derek was saying, he's like, yeah, I know, I know Lou and everything, and
right. They were the guys down the street.
Which I need to talk. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I mean, if Derek, I don't know if he's talked to him since he got sick and everything.
I don't know,
but because he is he just finished chemo, so he's I think esophagus. He had to have a tumor removed. I think he had to remove.
I've done it.
Yeah, but you're also not singing like Lou from Sick of It All.
Oh no! I had a tumor in my throat.
Yeah. So just saying, like, you may not know Sick of It All. I mean, you've heard G.I. Joe Headstop 1,000 times, guys. But he usually talks to Craig mostly. But yeah, if you go and listen to Sick of It All and be like, ooh, I don't know how he's ever gonna sing the way he's singing again. especially at his age. It's not like he's a young guy. But anyway, uh, so as you go through high school and you start to graduate, or you get to your graduation, what'd you go off and do?
I went away to college. I wanted to be a forensic pathologist.
And what is that?
Quincy. Remember Quincy?
No.
No. So it's the guy who like figures out like where the bullets come from, what direction they come from on the crime
Okay.
scene, and bullshit like that.
And you do that?
No. I ran out of money for college.
Okay.
Figured out I didn't want to go into law enforcement. And then ended up enlisting in the Army Reserves for the GI Bill to pay for college, pay for my student loans.
So nothing for G.I. Joe. Like did G.I. Joe influence you into joining the reserves, or?
No. My dad basically was like, "Hey, you can get the GI Bill, and you can go do this shit." So you can go on, 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year. My dad, like I said, was a sergeant major. So he's like, "I can set you up with a recruiter." I was really hungover, and I said, "Sure," because it was one of those feeling real bad for yourselves after a weekend-long bender. You wake up and you go, "Oh, I got to change my life."
I honestly,
I
I
know
don't
you
know.
don't know that, but there's a lot of people out there that do.
I don't. I'm sure most people do know.
And you know what? It was the best thing that happened for me.
No, that's awesome. So basically, your dad wanted you to join the reserves so he could still yell at you as an adult.
Yeah, no, well, he couldn't, he couldn't be we couldn't be in the same unit. So, but I didn't want to be in his unit anyway, because he was a hard
No.
ass. And being his son and then being his subordinate, oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, and just being able to yell at you anytime.
Right. Right.
So Derek's been straight edge his entire life also?
Yes.
Okay.
Derek's like straight edge. I used to see Derek coming out. I used to come out of the bars in like a local bar area, and I'd go outside to have a cigarette, and I'd be bloated, and Derek would be out there on his bike. Hey, what's up, guys? He'd just be hanging out outside the bar. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? I haven't seen you in 4 years. And I'd be loaded, and we'd shoot the shit, and I'd go back inside, and I wouldn't see him again for another 5 years.
It's so funny because like people, like they don't get it. They're like, "How could you never have gotten drunk?" I'm like, "I don't know, because I never have. I've never drank." Don't you like? Don't you miss it? Like, don't you think like you're missing something? I'm like, how can I miss something I've never done? And what's the thing that I always hear about when someone wakes up with a hangover? Hey, what does a hangover feel like? Dude, it's like, you ever have the flu really bad? Yeah, that's what it's like. Okay, and you ask why I don't drink. Never once have I said, you know what I really want? I want to feel like I have the flu really bad, and I want to throw up like crazy.
I agree. I don't drink anymore. Well, once or twice a year. That's it. I have a couple.
Again, I have no problem. I mean, at Joe Fest, they were all drinking. I don't,
I can't even. My body just doesn't metabolize it very well anymore.
Yeah, I can say the same for a lot of people. You're right. Same time. I'm a little late to start now.
Truth.
But it was funny because I mean there were so many people and they're like, "How have you just gone your whole life?" And it's like, because I don't know. I don't know. Have you ever done coke? No. Why not? Well, just because you didn't do it. So you're like, all right, it's not like you can't get cocaine if you didn't want to. It's pretty simple.
Right.
I did more than enough stuff that was risky in my life. You go skateboard as much as you do, and you're like, oh, I survived. I look back at some of the shit I was doing, and I'm like, I can't believe I've never been seriously hurt. I mean, you're jumping down steps, you're doing handrails, and you're like, I have walked out relatively unscathed. I pulled a groin, that was awful. I sprained so many ankles that you just learn to live with a sprained ankle, and you always have You always have an ankle brace on you.
I was just gonna say that.
You
You have that walking cast.
have that one tie up one that you just tie up super tight. And
I
eventually,
skateboarded forever, and I got my son one of those hoverboards,
yeah.
and I
I
stepped
would,
on it. I was waiting for the Chinese food to get ready because I was going to go get it, and they said 20 minutes. And so I was waiting. I was warming up my car. I stepped on it. I was going around the dining room, just doing little figure eights. Okay, you ready to go? I got to step off of it, and the thing took off, and I smacked the cement, and uh,
oh,
and I woke up a minute and a half later.
oof.
I had a concussion and a broken wrist.
Oh man.
I
No,
never broken my wrist. I never broken anything skateboarding.
dude, I'm taking some hard slams, especially in the last 8 years. Like
Mm.
when I first got back into skating, I was taking some. I mean, like if you go on my Facebook, you can scroll through and you'll see where I have like just huge bruises. I think my body got used to it, got
Right.
used to it, but I also learned like I could do tricks on a mini ramp, but I didn't know how to skate a mini ramp till I started skating because we never had them. It was when I went back and I started skating with my buddy Tony, and he started showing me how to actually skate a ramp. And to this day, I can see people that can just do amazing tricks on the mini, and you're like, they have no idea how to skate it. They're dropping in and trying to do hard trick after hard trick, and it's like, that's not how you skate a ramp.
Right.
You do 50-50s, you do board slides, you do basic tricks. You don't constantly try and do the hardest trick every single time. And then you realize people can't do it because they just never learned. They've
Never.
learned how to skate quarter pipes. Quarter pipe, you do one big trick, and then you're rolling back down towards the rail or whatever. Uh, but I've been lucky to be unscathed for the most part, and I'm okay with that.
See, we were always flatland, stairs and curbs.
Okay.
We were never ramps. I had a little launch ramp. It was like a 2.5 foot launch ramp. We never did any sort of quarters or halves or minis.
Yeah, we too too chicken to skate, but really dumb when it came to biking. Yeah, I was like, I knew my limitations when it came to skating. I knew what I was good at. I knew what I struggled with. I was never really good with. I was good with like flip tricks, but I wasn't great at flip tricks.
Right.
Um, but I knew that I could ollie high, and I knew I had a big, powerful ollie. So I used that for everything. And once I learned how to like 50-50 round bars, there was a bike rack we used to skate, and I would do all kinds of stuff on the bike rack, um, just because I knew that I could. And if you remember, there was a time when no one did board slides. They wouldn't lip slide. Like the middle of their board would be completely unscathed, but the nose and tail. And I just was like, why am I going to ignore tricks? I'm so glad that phase went away. I'm so
Right.
glad that went away because it's like, why would you ignore doing like lip slides down handrails, board slides? I'm not saying that's what I was doing, not lip slides down handrails and everything, but like they ignored so many amazing tricks, And I've heard people like Paul Rodriguez talk about like lip slides and 50-50s and how like anything that your board can balance on your own you shouldn't do. And it's like that is the fucking worst thing I've ever heard. Like that is such a snob fucking attitude to have. Not all of us are as good as you.
I was going to say he's P-Rod. He could do whatever he wants.
Exactly. Like the fact that he's so good that people think that he actually skates regular and not goofy.
Right.
And it's like, no, dude, he's goofy. He just is so good that he can skate like I'm like that is like the worst thing. That's why like I love there's a few skaters that like you just seem to like they'll do a 50-50 on a curb in a line. And it's like that's how you skate in real life.
Right.
You don't have to do hard trick after hard trick. You throw in a 50-50, mini ramps the same way, but people don't understand that. And again, it's whatever. I can't keep going down the skateboarding road. Right now, I'm like totally missing it. Right now, I'm like, God damn it, I need to get out.
Right. That's the bug, man. It never goes away.
No, I didn't skate for 10 years. It was
I
in my
didn't skate for 15, unless I would see some kid with a skateboard and I'd pull over the side of the road and go, hey, can I borrow that? And I'd try to do whatever. I'd bust my ass.
I didn't even do that. I started skating. I was skating a lot right before my son got born. Right before my son was born. Or before she got pregnant. And then I just stopped because I thought it was unfair to not be home and come home and spend time with her when she's already raising her daughter. Now I got her, I knocked her up, is what she says. I don't know. And then my daughter came along. And next thing you know, you're just not doing it. But when we split up, I can remember sitting at the, because we were still living together. I was sitting at the table and I was like, fuck this. I can't be in this house. And I called my buddy up. I'm like, hey, you still skating on Wednesdays? He's like, I haven't been, but if you're going to come up, I'm like, yeah. And I thought I'd skate like 6, 7 times, kind of get out of my system and do it every now and then. It went from once a week to twice a week to 3 times a week within a month. Because it was like when I didn't have the kids, I was like, all right, when she was taking the kids out or they went to sleep, I'm like, I just want to go skate. Like, I don't. And it'd been so long that now you're just completely rejuvenated.
Right. You ever drive to the grocery store and see a 3-star or a bank or something like that and go, oh, man, that's so perfect.
So I drive for a living. So to this day, I still look at ledges, hubbas, handrails. I know that I can never do it.
I know.
So there was a handrail here that when I was delivering medical supplies, I found, but I couldn't figure out, I could not remember where it was. It was I think a 7 or 8 step. It was low, but long. Mm-hmm. And it drove me nuts because I couldn't remember where I saw it at. Then I start working at this job. I've been here 23 years. About 3 years into it, I'm driving by and I go, turn around, and now I know exactly why I couldn't find it because it was like in between 2 main roads, right? Beautiful. Now, I'm not skating at this time, but I'm looking at it. Come to find out, you know who Mark Suture is? If you look at Mark Suture, I mean, I don't know if he won Skater of the Year. He starts putting out all this stuff right at the end of the year to try and win. He's amazing. Come to find out, he has a whole shitload of footage at this place.
Oh, that's
because he comes up to Michigan all the time because he knows a few of the guys that like hook up everything, fix up the spots. He comes up here and gets all kinds of footage. I see all this footage now. It's skate stop, so they can't even do tricks on it. But I see this footage, and I'm like, that motherfucker
took my spot.
He's skating my handrail that I couldn't find 30 years ago. Because I came across it because it was like this round handrail, like this big, thick, round handrail, and I just came across it by accident. Anyway. All right. So you join the reserves so you can go back to school, but you said you don't go back to school for that, or do you not go back to school?
No. I joined the reserves just through the GI Bill so I could pay for school. I knew I didn't want to do it anymore, and so I joined the reserves. This is back in '93, and I got a job as an automated logistics specialist. I was assigned to a motor pool, and I ordered parts for AH-1 attack Cobras.
Is that behind you?
Dragonfly.
That is an interesting job for sure.
Yeah, that was my job. I was one of the first automated supply people in the Army, and or the supply MOSs in the Army was brand new, and not myself, but the job, and we ordered the parts. That the crew chief would come out and give me a parts list, and I would go into my portable computer, which took 3 people to carry, and I would order parts for the helicopter. I was attached to the attack helicopter motor pool.
Now is this a military job, or is this?
Well, no. So when you're in the reserves, you have, you're a soldier, but you have your MOS, your
Yeah.
job. So my job was,
Okay.
yeah, was supply.
So what were you doing um, when you weren't in the reserves?
I was the manager of a video store.
Okay. So you're okay. Let me get this straight. So
I
you're in the reserves that you go. How often do you go in the reserves? 1 week in a
One
month,
weekend a month, 2 weeks a year.
and they let you order supplies for an attack helicopter.
Yeah.
They have that much trust in you that you can
And
order.
and I was responsible for giving out licenses for the motor pool because they were attached to us, and I had the computer. I was the computer guy. Remember, this is in the early 90s.
Yeah.
So I was like the computer geek, and I was the only guy who knew how to do the licenses. So I had to give out the license. So the base commander is just like, oh, you're giving out the licenses. So if you needed a license for a Hemet refueler, which is, I don't know, 80 tons and has 18 wheels, I had to give you the test and license you. And we would get into like the deuce and a halfs, the 2.5 ton trucks, and some of
Yeah.
them would have 12 gears, and I didn't know how to drive them. And I would have to sit in the passenger seat and like watch as these guys like crash into every other car, every other truck in the lot, because we were in the reserves. These guys barely fit into their blouses. Some of them. It was pretty. I used to look around like, holy shit, man! If we go to war, we're fucked.
I think Kogo Smooth might be listening to this show and being like, "Yep, that's exactly how it was." Because he talked about when
He
he
was in the
served,
Yeah.
him serving and everything.
I remember PT tests were real bad. Everyone was sick on the day we did PT tests. No
That's
one
just
showed
crazy.
up.
It's just crazy that you're in the reserves and they're allowing you to order very vital stuff,
Oh yeah.
and that scares the shit out of me because we have the Air National Guard base here,
Yep.
and they store the A-10s here, and I don't. These are the F-15, F-16, or F-18. I'm not sure which one it is. So I see them. And it's much easier to see the A-10s because they're much slower. Man, do they turn quickly?
Yeah.
That scares the shit out of me to think like there's just some guy that comes in once,
1 weekend a month.
1 week in a month, and he's ordering the ammo and everything that A-10 needs.
Hung over like a motherfucker. That's when I found out what 100-mile-an-hour tape was.
Dirk Murphy says, "We go to war, we're fucked." Too funny. um, that scares me. Like I'm like totally like, oh man. But I do know there's a lot of the people that are in the reserves that they served for 10 years or whatever, and they just want to give back because they can. So, but that still scares the shit out of me.
I did it. You know what? I did it because I was really not. I was really not. I didn't have any focus in my life, right?
Yeah.
So when I went I did basic training. It kind of gives you that structure, right? And then shortly after that, I got a job at a very, very large telecommunications company in the United States.
Okay.
It starts with a V. And
Might have one of their phones.
right. And I've worked there for 29 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were there before they were huge.
I was there when they were 9X.
I don't even remember that.
9X Bell Atlantic. We were New York Telephone.
I remember Bell Atlantic.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I've been like four different names now.
Because they bought Nextel, correct?
Oh, I don't even know. I don't know the whole. They all cannibalized each other after a while.
Yeah, I thought they bought Nextel for the walkie-talkies, and then pretty much just.
I think that was Sprint, wasn't it? I don't know.
I thought it was
But that's the
the.
cellular network. I was on the landline side. So
Oh, man.
I work on the back end of fiber optics.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So
So
you're the people that cause fax machines not to work properly because fax machines need copper lines, but the government said let's rip them all out, but we
Right.
can never get rid of fax lines.
Right,
Because
because you need the ground start lines, which we don't have, because there's no power on fiber optic lines anymore, and you guys need the power, constant power. Right.
yeah, fuck faxes. Everyone should just scan the email. It's fucking easy as shit.
Right.
I don't want to get started on that.
So that's what I do for a living. So
you started there.
yeah.
And you've been there 29 years. So I've been at my company for 23 years, and I think that's a long time. So you're going on 3 decades, which is
and I still have a pension and a 401k. I'm a union employee.
That's even better. I have a I think for some things the union steps over their boundary. And again, my dad worked for Dodge, for Chrysler. The rest of my family worked for Ford. I live in Detroit, so I know all about the union. They were there for a reason,
right?
And they got a lot of stuff, and they deserve it. I know the auto industry. I can't speak for your union, but man, some of that stuff, those people sleeping on the job because they knew they couldn't get fired, and there was a reason why.
There's always someone's going to abuse any system.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh yeah, and then I think it's gotten better because they were able to take away a lot of the stuff. But if you said anything bad, around my dad or his family, like those were fighting words, and it was like those people are taking advantage of you, though. Like you're the one being taken advantage of because you're the one that's working hard,
right?
But because you know that, well, if they take anything away from like the union, we're gonna lose stuff too.
The way I always looked at it is the company's always screwing you over more than your coworkers are. So the union was like the union versus the company, and the union was there to level out the playing field between you and the company. And yeah, you're the worst fuck up in your office is always going to be the most protected in a union.
Yes,
right? But they're also the canary in the coal mine, right? So you can screw up as much as that person.
Yeah, but you're always scared too.
Right.
Hold on, someone needs to ask me something. Yes.
I just need help emailing this to my teacher.
Okay, what do you need help with?
I don't know how to do it.
Well, I think you have an IT guy here, so.
Oh, fire.
What do you need help emailing?
I don't know how to email it to him. Like, I don't know what button to press.
Do you know what his email is?
Yeah. I just need you to, like, get me to the place to email him.
Well, where is your email at?
My email?
Yes. You have to bring up your email before you can email it to someone.
I'm on my email there.
Where?
Like, that's my email.
Okay. So you have to log into this.
Am I not logged in?
Well, it says manage your Google account here. You have to bring it up. All right. Sorry, guys. Hey, don't mind my daughter because she doesn't give two shits.
Well, I was hoping you were on with someone so he could talk, but...
Well, I'm interviewing him.
Oh. Well, if you told me that, I would have just...
What, not turn your homework in?
No. I would wait until I got to school so someone else could do it for me.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't have this set up.
Dad, that's my email. I'm on my email app on Google Docs.
How do you even find your Gmail? Bring it up.
I don't have one.
Oh my gosh. You're gonna have to wait till we're done.
I have lc-ps.org.
Yeah, well, okay. Derek says, yeah, teenage tech support. Well, I know. How am I supposed to explain this?
Teenagers are supposed to do tech support for you.
Jason says, all good, nothing wrong with quality parenting.
Well, it's not quality because he doesn't know what to do.
Well,
I found it.
You found it? Compose. Do you know how to find it? You have to save it and then go find it.
Email this.
What are you wearing?
I got this 2 years ago.
I've never seen it. Has it been at your mom's?
It's been on my floor.
Oh, it's been on her floor. Because I know she hasn't cleaned that in 2 years.
Wow. I didn't even need you.
I know. Thank you. Go let the dog out, please.
Bro, he's barking at something. He's trying to run out. He's not getting that out. Oh.
Dude, Matthew, I swear my kids do not understand email, which makes no sense because
I understand email on my phone. This is on my Chromebook. I don't even get mail on my Chromebook. They blocked my mail.
okay, well, you needed to send it out. Did you send it out?
No, because I need to go downstairs and get the email.
Okay.
Do I send myself a copy, do you think?
No, because you can look at it. You just want to make sure that you get it. It goes to the right person.
Okay.
I apologize.
Stop it.
I have teenagers. I know.
Yeah. Tony's saying that he got the same Wu-Tang shirt.
Oh yeah, baby. This is
Tony's
like
like
Respect the Decks shirt.
Tony's like, here, let me try and help you out here since Olivia has to be. All right, so you've been working there for forever.
Yeah.
Now, did you go back to collecting toys when you graduated? Or
So yeah, so when I got a job, when I got the job I have now, I was making really good money, and I was single, and so I was not.
So this is before you had any kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was not into savings. So I bought arcade machines.
Oh God.
Dude, listen. I had the hookup. I would go to New Jersey, and I would go to Cherry Hill, New Jersey, down by where Baldy Locks lives. And I would buy, you would go to the arcade auctions. The boardwalks would bring all their old arcade machines to the auction, and then they would kind of swap with each other.
Yeah.
Like they would put all their machines, and then they would bid on other people's machines. But as a civilian, you could just walk in and pay the $15 and walk out with a machine. And I think we were on the way
How
back
much?
for $15 to get into the auction.
Oh, to get in. Okay, I thought.
Yeah. So
Yes.
we were on the way
Yes.
back.
Baldy fucks reviews.
Baldy fucks. Yep. We were on the way back from Philadelphia, and I just stopped in Cherry Hill, and I went to one of these things, and I bought a machine because I had a pickup truck with me. And then that like set off an obsession where I was collecting arcade machines. So if you think Classified's too big, fuck you.
Beardy McBeardison, I'm with you. I'm with you. I collect everything but money.
Truth. So yeah, so I had at one point I had, I don't know, 12 or 13 arcade machines and pinball machines in my house.
Wow.
And I mean, I was a single guy making $60,000 or $80,000 a year.
And did you play them, or did you just buy them?
I would restore them. I would play them. I would restore them completely
Okay.
to brand new condition. I had them all set up. I had like an arcade in my house. I had black lights and neon signs, and
So
I had
you
a
were
whole...
getting use out of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was my personal arcade. I would just stand in it sometimes, just sit down in the middle of it.
I get it.
It was cool. And it was just, again, an extension of my childhood, right?
Yeah.
That's all this is. So, yeah, that's what I would do. And then I got married and kids came along, and you can't
So
have
is that how you lured her in to your
Oh, yeah.
personal arcade?
I was the cool guy. I was Ratner from... What was that movie?
I hope you didn't have black lights in there, right? Because that was.
Oh, dude, black lights, velvet posters. Oh, you got
it. Barrel of Fun.
Yeah, that was it. That was the arcade that was near us. The Barrel of Fun.
Uh,
Fast
that
Times
is
at Ridgemont
awesome.
High. Right. I was right there. I had all my favorite arcade machines, and I restored them. And I would buy boards, and I could swap out boards and other games.
It sounds like your girlfriend thinks it's hot.
Yeah, well, my current girlfriend is my last girlfriend. Is she's the perfect
you
dork for me.
you are look at that. You got it already nailed down. Like my current girlfriend. I mean my last girlfriend.
We fit together very well.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that's like. I haven't dated someone serious since my ex and I broke up almost 9 years ago.
Yeah, no, I was like that for a long time too, but I mean, we don't, we're perfect together.
So, how did you meet your first wife? Is she your only wife, or?
Yeah, she was my only wife. We worked together.
Charlotte, you may not want to listen. You can just hit the mute
No,
button.
she knows the story. We worked together.
Okay.
We worked together. So yeah, I trained her.
Now, okay, so you're collecting arcade games, but are you collecting toys or anything at this point?
Yeah, I collected. I was just collecting like tchotchkes to put around my arcade, right? So a lot of the 18-inch McFarlane movie
Okay.
guys. I was, things to go on top of the TV console because I lived in an apartment with my brother. We had like they had the house that you came back to that after the bar,
Okay, so wait, do you see you live in an apartment
At the time, yeah, I lived in an apartment with
arcade games?
dude. We had a 3,200 square foot apartment with 3 floors. We lived in an old mill town, so
Okay.
everything was all old and big.
Your apartments are way different than ours here in Michigan.
We paid $600. Dude, listen, we paid $600 a month. We had 3,200 square feet. It was enormous.
Okay.
I had a whole dining room full of arcade machines. We had 4 bedrooms, and it was just the two of us. We were both single. Like I said, we had the place that you came back to after the bar.
All right.
So if the bar was closing down at 2:00, everybody was coming to my house.
Did Derek ever just show up outside your house riding his bike for no reason?
Probably.
Hey Derek, what's up? Let's play a video game. All right, so you're white, the woman that you met that.
Yeah, I met her at work.
So how did she accept? Like, was the whole video game thing kind of part of it, or did she accept like this? I don't even consider collecting video game like that type of stuff doesn't seem like nerdiness. That's like on a different level because they're expensive, and to restore them. I mean, you're technically like curating. I mean, when people see action figures, they're like, "Oh, that's for kids." But when you see something like that, and even though it sounds like you're getting them at a pretty good deal, when people see them, they think of that. Wow, you have a lot of money.
So I have ADD, genuine ADD, right?
Oh, my son does too.
I can become obsessed with things, right?
Okay.
I can hyper focus a lot, right? So I became hyper focused on the arcade machines, and then I would make do you know what a MAME machine is?
No.
It's called a multiple arcade machine emulator.
Okay.
So I would take a shell of a machine and I would make it into so that it was capable of playing 3,200 different games.
I mean, I know what that is. I'd never heard that term before.
Yeah. So I would make high-end MAME machines, and I kind of got a name for myself making high-end MAME machines for a while in the early 2000s.
Okay.
I would sell them on there was a lot of forum boards back then.
Okay.
And I would sell a lot of arcade machines and custom graphics and front ends and stuff like that on these things.
All right.
So again, that it was just an extension of my toy collecting, right? It was just arcade machines were my toys at that time. And then I got into Marvel Legends when the kids were born.
All right.
So,
but with your ex-wife,
yeah,
she was like,
oh, right. She is bipolar.
Okay.
So it was one of those things where she's kind of as crazy as I was.
All right. So like that was never like a, oh my god.
I didn't know
like,
it at the time, but yeah.
But it was never like when she saw that type of stuff, it was never like a, how could you be doing this?
No, because again, it was one of those, like you said, it was one of those, wow, that's the smartest nerd I've ever seen. Like,
okay,
you know what I mean? Like, because I was doing a lot of intricate. Because what I was doing was I was interfacing computers with the hardware of arcade machines back before anyone was doing this, or not a lot of people were doing it.
Yeah, and you were selling these, like you would,
right?
Okay,
right.
So
and I was able to reverse engineer shit and stuff like that. So it was one of those beautiful mind type bullshit things.
Okay, so that's I mean you're making money off it, so
right.
It's hard to be mad about that. So you guys get together, and how many kids did you have?
I had 2.
Okay.
Right away.
Right away.
Yeah. Like, well, I've they're 16 months apart, right? So.
Okay. And so how old are they now?
They are 17 and 18.
Okay. Now, do they live with you or?
No, they live with her.
Okay.
They live in southern New Jersey right now.
And that is 2 hours, 2.5 hours from you?
4.5.
Oh.
It's tough.
Really southern New Jersey. Okay.
Yeah, they live down by Zen.
Okay. So, why didn't it work out with their mom?
She's crazy.
Okay, but a lot of people say they're crazy. Do you actually mean she's crazy, or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I did. You know, when we got to, we were together for 8 years.
Okay.
When we got together, I was not all together. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't, I was 26, 27. I wasn't really a fully formed human. You know what I mean? Guys don't really get mature until 30.
Is that it? Just at 30?
Yeah, maybe. So, so it was fun when she was crazy because I was crazy too. And I could go out till 4 a.m. too. You know what I mean? But then when you mature and someone's still fucking crazy.
All right. So how long before you guys got divorced?
Oh, my kids were 2 and 3.
Okay. So pretty young then.
Yeah. We were together a while before we had kids. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to go into tech support mode. Yeah.
So I can print it.
Just print it now.
Try to print it before and you're like, it's too loud.
We'll just get it done. Like it's no louder than you.
No louder than you interrupting.
Go ahead, just do it.
No.
Okay, then don't. It's not my assignment. You're all a student.
I said, tell me when you're done.
And I just told you can print it right now and get it done. I don't care. All right. Well, let's leave your computer there so Romy can lay on it. She's the all A student too.
Yeah, right.
All right. So, man, that's a long and if I am correct, in the state of New York, you pay child support till you're to the 21, correct? I only know this because Ed told me, and I went. Oh.
Correct. I got 3 more years left on one of them.
See, I just finished paying on one, and he's just he turned 18 in July. When Ed told me they go to 21, I was like, oh hell no. Oh. So you get divorced. Now, what year did you get divorced?
2011, 12, 11.
Okay, so you're collecting you're collecting GI Joe at this point because you talked about you had started making toys, correct?
No, this is 2011. I
Okay.
started making toys in 2020.
So you said
2019.
you said 2002. That's why I was like,
Oh no, 2002 was my arcade machines. Oh, did I say 2022? I meant. I'm sorry.
okay, all right, okay, that makes.
No,
I was like,
makes sense.
it's like, man, you were really into like that era, like.
No, I started, and then I started. When the kids were born, I started collecting Marvel Legends. I had every Marvel Legends from the first wave till the Onslaught wave. I want to say the Build-A-Figure wave.
Now, what made you get into Marvel Legends? Because it doesn't sound like your kids because they were just born.
Yeah, no, I like the articulation of the Marvel Legends figures, and that's
Okay.
back when Toy Biz made them, I think.
Yeah.
And I like the articulation of them, and I had them all. I had an open figure and a boxed figure of every single one of them, all the way up.
Yeah, I remember that was Star Wars: The Power of the Force.
Yeah.
In '95 through probably about '98.
Yeah, it was so good. And they look so good displayed. And then when I got divorced, when I moved out, I left them in like a room in my upstairs office room, and she let the kids open all of them and play with all of them.
Now, did she do that on purpose,
Oh yeah,
or?
oh yeah, she did. And
I
they
don't
opened
want to
up
laugh.
and I couldn't get mad at the kids. You know what I mean? Like, because they were
No,
kids.
because if they're told by their mom or dad to do something, or that they're allowed to do something,
And they still
then how
have
can?
them in a big bin. Oh, it's terrible to look at.
I don't even think I'd want to look at them if I knew. And you already had one open.
Yeah, she could have just let him have the open one.
It's not funny, but it's funny.
I know.
If
Listen,
you don't laugh at things that happen, then you're gonna go crazy, correct?
Oh, I had a case of those Jaws displays with the boat with the Jaws coming up on the back of them. I had a whole case of it unopened. She let him open up every single one of them. Son of a bitch. I'm crying on the inside, Larry.
I'm laughing on the outside. Right now, you're like, I hope your daughter comes and asks you another question.
Right.
All right, so you split up.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you still continue to collect.
No, I split up, and then my life took a pause because, you know, getting hit with that at that whole life reset of divorce, you're paying child support, which, is the equivalent of rent.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then I got cancer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what year was that?
That was 2013. I got cancer.
Okay.
We split up in 2011. We went through a really, really ugly divorce for 2 years. I got divorced in 2000, the end of 2012. It was finalized. And in April 1st of 2013, I got cancer.
They actually tell you on April Fool's Day, like,
Right.
you're not waiting for the punchline. Like, okay, guys.
Right.
So what kind of cancer did you have?
I have squamous cell carcinoma, head and neck cancer. I have throat cancer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that from smoking or?
Sure. Any number of bad
Decisions?
vices I had. Yeah, bad
But
decisions.
I mean, is it something that runs through your family or?
No. We don't have. Obviously, I smoked for 20 years. Smoked cigarettes for 20 years. prior to that. Matter of fact, I got diagnosed with cancer. I left the place. I got in my car and I lit up a cigarette. And I remember calling my mom and then like looking at the cigarette and going, what the fuck am I doing? And it was the last cigarette I ever had. I threw them out the window and I never had another cigarette since. And I had tried to quit smoking 15 times before that.
That I said, my mom died when I was 13, and she was a chimney.
Yeah.
And she just, that's one of the reasons why I never did it. Like that's, I mean, I was straight edge before I knew what straight edge was. It was because my mom said, promise me you'll never smoke or drink. So when she died, I did it. But the smoking thing, I remember her just like, I want to quit. I've tried. I can't.
Right.
And she was just like, you can't quit this. I don't want you to do it. And it was one of those things that I just said, she really didn't want me to do it. So, I mean, good for you that you did that. Now, are you cancer free now, or?
Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Every time you get a sore throat, it's one of those things.
I would imagine like that. It just seems. I mean, that seems crazy.
But it's also one of the. It's the most painful thing I've ever been through. It's the hardest thing I've ever been through, but it's also the best thing I ever happened to me in terms of how I look at life and how I treat other people. I was kind of like real egotistical, real self-centered. You know what I mean? It was all about me. And then when you have to kind of review your life and how you live, and then you have another chance at it, you get to do it the way you should have, way you should have. So that's
I fully understand, because I tell everyone, like, I truly do believe this. Like, everything in your life happens for a reason.
Right.
Everything in your life molds you to who you are. And like, I am very happy with who I am.
Right.
I'm not perfect. And my mom dying is what, I mean, my mom died, and she wanted me to do karate. I did karate. I was a second-degree black belt. Matthew will probably laugh. As a kid, it's all about forms and, how good you are. I had no power or whatever. You're a kid, right?
Right.
I didn't care about karate. And all I wanted to do was escape my mom, and I just focused on skateboarding. And so I didn't drink. And, being like that kind of probably put me into being a punk and just really wanting to skateboard. And all those, in my opinion, all those things have led me to who I am today. And yeah, I wish my mom was still here, but it's like that helped mold me. And it sounds like you're saying the exact same thing. Like, that happened, and you now looked at everything completely different.
Yeah, it's definitely like so there was a period of my time where they didn't know if I was going to live or I was going to die, right? Because I had they actually had to stop my chemotherapy because I didn't complete my chemotherapy, because they were like, if we give you another round of chemotherapy, you're just going to die. So when you have that kind of time where you can't leave the bed and you're just kind of stuck there and life goes on around you, you have the ability to kind of assess your life. And then even though I'm not religious, you do that whole making deals with whoever the deity is, that
Yes.
if you can get through this, then you're gonna be different. And I kind of it's in the back of my head that I have to be that person that I promised I was going to be. So.
And again, it is a weird thing. Like, I mean, what you're saying, I mean, I understand, but you were much older too, so you have a different perspective, because you're looking back at like what you did and how you,
right.
How you, and again, that's like such a different. And again, I think, I mean, I've done that as I've gotten older. Like, I look back and I apologize to a lot of people for how I treated them in high school, because people I just felt I needed to. Some accepted it, and some accepted it, and others said, "Whatever, you're the same person," and that was fine. I had to do it for myself.
Right.
It was never, I'm like, I need to do this just because. And if you don't want to accept it, then that's perfectly fine. But I also like to say, if you think I'm the same person as I was, I want to say as a 13-year-old, but I've evolved.
Right.
So like if you want, like you'd see a change, you'd see a progression. But if you think that I'm that exact same person, or any of us are, I hope none of us are. Like you're the same person you were when you were 17, 18 years old.
Truth.
You need to look in the mirror and go, how good was I then? Because I think we were all a bunch of assholes back then.
Truth.
So how did your kids and your ex deal with that?
So, my kids were really young. My kids were 4 and 5.
So they don't really understand.
No, as a matter of fact, I had a feeding tube, right? Because when you have throat cancer, they're irradiating this whole area, and you get essentially the worst sunburn you've ever had in the inside of your throat. So you can't swallow anything. So I had a feeding tube put in my stomach, and I would gravity feed myself with a tube. And my son I was home in bed, so my ex-wife and I decided we weren't going to get daycare for the kids, and they were just going to come and spend the day at Dad's house.
Yeah.
While she was at work, and she would drop them off, and my sons would come running up to me. And my son comes running up to me and jumps, and I catch him, and he kind of slides down on me, and he pulled out the tube out of my stomach.
Oh.
He's like kneeling on it. He was like stepping on it. Like, just pulling me down to the ground. So I was like, oh! So then I had to go back into surgery.
As you're literally dying.
Right. So I had to go back into surgery and have it like reinserted, like have the tube reinserted. But so they knew Dad's real sick. They didn't know the gravity of the situation. Like they would go in like with me for my radiation treatments, and the radiologist would let them push the button.
Well, I mean, God, I can't imagine. Like, I mean, I can't imagine. Like,
I lost 68 or 70 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't seem like you're big to begin with.
No, right now I'm 200, and I was
Are you really?
Yeah, I was at 200 when I'm 5'7", 200 pounds. I'm a fat fuck.
You didn't seem like you were fat when I met you.
Yeah, well, I'm pleasantly plump.
How much have you put on since Joe Fest? Jeez.
No, I was 200 pounds at Joe Fest.
Were you really?
I hide it well.
Don't we all?
And I went down to 130, around there. So, but mostly because my body couldn't tolerate the milkshakes they were giving me.
All right, so you said you didn't finish chemo.
No.
Because they said that
I finished radiation. So when you have throat cancer, they do radiation and chemo. So throat cancer is basically skin cancer, but on the inside of your throat, because you have epidermal cells on the inside of your throat. So you guys didn't know you were tuning into a fucking medical podcast, did you?
I'm fascinated, honestly.
So basically, they have to like with a wart on your finger, they want to burn it off. So they got to locate the tumor, and then they irradiate it from the inside with the radiation, and then they do chemotherapy to make it so it doesn't grow back again.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So even though you never finished, it's gone.
I finished the radiation. I never finished it. They had 36 radiation treatments, and 4 chemotherapy treatments, and I went through 36 radiation treatments, and then I did 3 chemotherapy treatments, and they said we were not going to give you the 4th one. Like towards the end of my radiation treatment, because you're doing them concurrently. So every other week you're going in for a you're going in for a radiation treatment every day, and then every other week you're going in for a chemotherapy treatment. Yeah,
Man.
Val Kilmer has the same exact thing.
He could still act. Why you couldn't?
Yeah,
I saw him in Top Gun Maverick.
pussy.
Of course, they killed him off in case they ever do a 3rd one. They can't.
Yeah, he got killed off. See, I didn't get killed off.
So when are you cancer free? Like when do they tell you you're cancer free?
So I go through that. I had the summer that I don't remember because I was on fentanyl patches. I was more scared about that. I was more scared about being hooked on fentanyl than I was about anything else. I refused to take the fentanyl patches for a long time. But then, because I was like, I'm not going to be one of these guys that walks around here all whacked out.
Yeah.
You know? And but after a while, the pain was just too much, so I had to take them. But then the fentanyl just made me go to sleep.
Okay.
So I had a whole summer where I just slept. And then you get done with that, and then it's kind of like you have like 3 months of recovery, and then they test you and they go, you're cancer free.
And that's it. And how often do you get tested now?
I get a once a year checkup with my oncologist, and now I'm going through all the I'm dealing with all the consequences of the radiation treatment. The radiation is real bad.
Yeah.
So now I am dealing with all the arteries and veins in my neck are about 90 years old, because what the radiation does is it speeds up cellular destruction.
Yep.
So basically it just super ages everything. So from here to here, I'm like 100 years old. So I had to have a endoarterectomy last year, right before Joe Fest, actually.
Have you tried essential oils?
The healing rocks. I have a copper band.
Sorry. My aunt tried to tell my ex about essential oils with her back. And she's like, have you tried essential oils? And now my ex does like essential oils for certain things. And she's like, I have a disc that's blown out. I don't think essential oils are going to help. Well, have you tried it? I'm just like, all right, I'm sorry. I had to break it up there. Yeah. Or Powerade, yes. Have you tried electrolytes? It saved Daredevil Dave's life.
So Derek brought up a good thing. So here's the deal. So last summer, 2 summers ago, I'm hanging out with my family, and all of a sudden I get like a mild head rush, and I go blind in my left eye for 5 minutes. It's like somebody pulled a shade down in my left eye. And I go, oh, that's weird. And 5 minutes later, it comes right back. So I'm like, oh, man, see, hopefully that doesn't happen again. So it happens a couple more times over course of a couple months. So I go to the doctor and I say, this is not right. And they tell me, well, we're going to get these tests. And anyway, 6 months later, tests come back. We don't know what's causing your eye problem. But when we were doing these tests, you found out that you had blockage in your carotid artery. And I said, okay. They said it's about 95% blocked right in here. I said, all right. And this is when we found out all the radiation, was destroying everything. And they said, okay. So then they bring me in and they get it done. And by this time, I was losing vision in my eye like 5 times a day. And they clean out my artery, and I said, you know what, doc, my vision's gone. And he goes, that's impossible. I said, my vision problems are gone. And they go, no, that's impossible. And I said, no, they're gone. And I haven't had one since. And he said, well, that means that you've been throwing plaque, and it's been going to your eye instead of your brain and giving you a stroke. And it was happening daily, like 5 times daily. So I was just dodging bullets.
Wait, so the plaque was going to your eye
instead of my brain.
And if it would have went to your brain, it would have been a stroke?
Right.
So you were just losing vision so you wouldn't stroke out.
Right.
I mean, essentially, that's technically what they were telling you.
Right. And they were treating it like it wasn't a big deal. I don't know. Some great healthcare around this joint.
Wow. See, this is fascinating because I mean, I've told people before, my ex, she's had 4 back surgeries. She's had ablation done because she has heart palpitation. She's had her thyroid removed because she has Hashimoto's, and 100 other ailments. So this is all new. Like, this is all new. So I've heard now I'm just like, this is even, because Tony and I were talking the other day, and he starts telling me about his sister and stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, Susan has that. She's like, what? I'm like, she has that too. I'm like, fucking dude, like, telling you, she's a fucking medical walking book, you know, and I've experienced it. So it's not one of those things where it's like, yeah, she told me shit. Like no, I've lived through this with her, you know. Her just 2 years ago, she's like, I get a phone call from her at like 4 or 5 a.m. Like, she's not calling me. I'm like, and I didn't hear it. I get a voicemail, and it says, I just want you to know that I checked into the hospital. Olivia's at the house. She's 15, so 14 or 15. So she's at the house, but I had to check myself in. And they're setting me up for emergency surgery to have my appendix removed. Okay, awesome. Awesome. Why don't you have a boyfriend that you can call and tell them? Like, so I'm there, you know, like, I'm the one that has to be there. You know, her sister-in-law was too, but it's like, I mean, she's the mother of my kids, so I'm going to be there for her no matter what. But I'm the one that's been there through everything. So here you're telling me shit she's never even had to, which is very interesting to me, because I'm fascinated in a weird way. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, believe me, nobody's more fascinated than me. I gotta live through this shit.
Now how long ago was the going blind?
That was right before Joe Fest. Tripwire. So to answer your question, vision's from your optical nerve. I was losing the blood flow to my eye, though, which is why I was losing vision. So to answer that.
Yeah. I'm sure Matthew can break it down because he's a doctor.
He's a doctor? Well, there you go.
Oh yeah, and we give Matthew a lot of shit.
Yeah.
We give Matthew a lot of shit, but when if you talk to him, like, he's not one of those people that just he pulls shit out and he's like, oh, okay, it's great. This guy's, you know, quoting some article. He researches a lot of shit, like, the stuff that he'll send me, and, you know, if he sends me something, you know, you may look at it like, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense, but he's looked at it. But as a doctor, I know my son's had to talk to him after streams before, or at least once. I was like, hey, I need everyone to get off. I need to talk to Matthew. But yeah, I find this fascinating. I know not everyone else may, but I think it's Yeah, and yeah, Tripwire says, yeah, and strokes are no joke. I'm glad you made it through. No, like you dodged a weird ass.
Yeah,
It's such a weird thing.
Again, but that's all the sword of Damocles is.
No.
It's a fable of a mythical sword that saves everything, but then it ends up destroying people, destroying the
Oh,
person,
okay.
right? So it basically is what radiation is. So it gets you through the point, and then we'll deal with the other shit on the other side, which is now a decade later. I'm dealing with the other shit now. So
I know. So there's a blind skateboarder that skates at the park.
yeah,
And he's amazing. And
I've seen that. I've seen that dude. I've seen videos of it. Dude.
Well, there's a few of them. There's a few
Okay.
of them, and two of them skate at the park. There's Dan Mencia. That's the comedian. Dan, he skates for real or is associated with real. And then there's, I can't think of.
He doesn't skate for blind skateboards. Come on,
dude. I said the fucking same thing. but God, what the hell is his name? If any of my buddies are watching right now, they're going, "How the fuck?" I can't think of his name. Anyway, he can tell if the lights are on or off. That's how blind he is. Like he can. And I've seen footage of him before he lost his vision. And he went in, I believe, the hospital for a staph infection. Or he got a staph infection, went blind. And then there was another guy that was blind that also, I guess, skated. And so he suffers from depression, and I guess you can kind of understand that. But anyway, so I guess they were living together. Like the one guy at the skate park, he kind of set them up. So they had something in common. And they were saying that the other guy, not the one that's really good, I don't even know who this other one is, but they're roommates. And he goes, he's sitting there and he's taking a shower. And he said he comes out and he goes, I can see. And it's going to drive me nuts that I can't think of his name. But he was like, yeah, stop fucking with me. And he was like, no, dude, I can see. He got vision back in one of his eyes. He was taking a shower and something happened and his vision came back.
Crazy.
And he did say the owner of the skate park was saying that guy, he did have some not survivor guilt, but he had some guilt that his vision came back and the other guys didn't.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, there's nothing, it wasn't like he did something to him or anything. But it was just crazy. I'm like, shut up. And they're like, and there was a few guys like, no, dude, he just, he lived with him and his vision just came back. And he said he literally came out of the shower and was like, dude, I can see.
That's crazy.
Like, how fucked up is that? Like, imagine, that's like,
I couldn't imagine losing my sight after having it all this time. That must, after knowing what things look like and then to lose your sight, that must be maddening. I
would take losing my hearing in a heartbeat over it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I mean, I've said to people, I'm like, if I go, I said if I went blind, I'm done skating, and they're like, no, you'd find it. I'm like, no, that he can do it, and he's amazing. He's not good for a blind guy. He's amazing for a skater in general. And when I can think of his name, I will send it over to you. I'm friends with him. Dude, it's gonna drive me nuts. But that's how this happens when you're doing live stuff. All right, so how does your ex-wife handle it? I mean, is she okay with you, while you're dealing with all this and your work and stuff?
Yeah, when I was sick.
Yeah.
When you're sick, suddenly become the center of a bunch of people's worlds.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's that whole, everybody wants to take care of the sick person. So,
I don't. I get tired of it. I've told my ex, yo, you owe me.
When you become sick, a lot of people want to pay attention to your fading light. Let's put it that way.
So you were so you stopped collecting, obviously, because you obviously
Yeah,
other
so
things going.
I had to recover from that. That took about 2 years. Then I started collecting toys again. So around 2016, I started slowly building toy collections, mostly Transformers,
Okay.
large collectibles. I bought another arcade machine because I was single now and I had a house, and it was just me and the kids every other weekend and on Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Oh, I love that. I didn't get that. I fought for more, and I actually got more.
Yeah.
But I still cannot believe that was what typical dads got.
Yeah. I got Tuesdays and Thursdays and every other weekend. But then we were like close enough to where I could just pick them up anytime I wanted to. And my ex was lazy enough that she didn't want to do a lot of things with them. So I was that dad who was always at practice, bringing them back and forth to practice, bringing them back and forth to Boy Scouts. I became the Boy Scout troop leader. So we were together pretty much every other day.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was one of those, until they got to high school and she moved to New Jersey.
So where's she now? She's in New Jersey now. How did they end up over there?
Wildwood, New Jersey.
But you said you moved over that way because she moved to New Jersey for work.
Right.
But you wanted to keep the kids in school.
So it was very abrupt, her move. It was one of those, well, I'm moving next month. And my kids were still in school. Now, this is how bipolar works.
Okay.
You got to be ready for the fucking roller coaster, buddy. So she was going to move to, you know what I mean? She's just moving to New Jersey. So that's just it. The kids weren't discussed, And my one son was playing football and didn't want to leave. So, again, being the stable parent, I sold my house and rented an apartment in the town that he lived in so that he could continue to go to school there.
But then they end up eventually going.
Well, because you can't compete with beach life.
It's New Jersey.
Milltown in upstate New York cannot compete with Wildwood in the summer.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know enough about New Jersey.
New Jersey's a shithole.
That's what I thought.
But
I mean, it's not Ohio, but I mean,
I'm sorry for anyone from New Jersey. It's a shithole. My sons get so upset. I call it Dirty Jersey.
It's not your fault, right?
It's not a shithole. It's just a shithole.
All right, so they go there and move there with your mom. You're with their mom. Yeah. You're collecting. You go back to collecting.
Yeah. So I bought my first 3D printer in December of 2019 for Fortuitously because I wanted to make G1 Transformers.
I have heard who was recently saying that. Oh, it was Sherlock was saying you don't know customizers until you see people that make customized transformers that actually transform.
Right. Crazy.
I never even heard that.
So I saw some Facebook post or something about G1 Transformers. And I was like, I want to make those. And one of the guys I work with was like, I remember him saying this, and I just remember this. He said it's a fantastic little magic toy box. And I hit a button and I go to work and I come back home and I got a toy. And I thought to myself, that's the greatest advertisement for a 3D printer ever. So I went out and I bought an Ender 3, and it was right before, it was December 2019.
So I bought the Ender 3. I think that's the one I have. But I bought it maybe 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
But I don't do a lot on it.
And it was good for what it taught me, right?
Yeah.
But then lockdown hit. And when we went into lockdown, I just started making my first toys. And I made a Devastator. I made completed a G1 Devastator, all 6 robots.
Did it transform, or was it just?
Yeah, all the robots transform, and then it's on my Instagram. It's one of the first posts I ever made. And it stands about 30 inches tall because I blew it up because I wanted to make it master class or I don't know.
Okay.
So then lockdown hit. And I was stuck there with my printers, with my printer, and which became printers. And then you could order plastic from Amazon, and I just started going to town and making my toys. And then I made almost all the G1 Transformers.
Wow. And do you paint them and everything too?
No, at the time, no. At the time, I made them all in different colored plastic. Every part was in a different colored plastic.
All right, quickly before this, Bobby Wold wants to know, do you make your own files for printing?
Some.
Okay.
Some I make, and a lot. I'm not very good at it.
So rather than painting, you would actually buy color.
Right.
And you would do different parts.
Different colors.
I just, if anyone's, again, I have an Ender 3. I'll do like the walls and, barrels, really easy stuff to do. I did the Skyhawk, which was really out of my, you have to I just want people to understand, if you've never 3D printed, to change the filament between each thing. Now, I'm sure you picked each part. So if you had multiple things, you were laying down as much on the plate as possible. But that's a lot of work just to be. But at the same time, it is nicer than paint. You don't have to worry about it ever scratching off.
Right. And I'm horrible at paint. I can't paint.
You spray paint really well.
I can spray paint very well. But airbrushing and I can't do that shit.
Yeah. So we go into the pandemic.
Right.
There's only so much to do.
Right.
Now, I've told people before, I love the pandemic. I hate saying that. I know a lot of people. I started skating. I was skating so much with a few friends. I knew the owner of the skate park, so I'd be there skating and I'd post videos and people would be like, "Oh, they're open." I'm like, "Yeah, kind of, but not for you." For me. Me and Tony are here, and Shane's here because he works here. I loved it because I don't skate park to my fucking self.
Right.
And the owner just didn't care. He stayed open. He kept the shop open because he was like,
that's great.
And the cops didn't, they didn't. He's like, if they ever come and say anything, but there's no way I can pay for this whole building if I'm not, selling stuff. And that's when rollerblading got huge again because people had nothing to do. So we started buying rollerblades and people were just happy to go out on the trails and rollerblade. Yeah. And then you started getting people coming back in and buying skateboards and stuff, so it ended up being good for a lot of people, plus all the free money that everyone was getting.
I felt like I was thriving in lockdown because I don't like people anyway.
I bought a flat bar, and I take the flat bar places,
Nice.
and I meet a couple buddies or whatever, and we'd skate the flat bar, and you didn't really have to worry. There was one time that I took the flat bar to a school, and unfortunately, it was during the time when people would do the parades for the birthdays and everything. So these people are like lining up, and they weren't bothering me. And I was waiting for my buddies, and I fucking hit a rock, and I just whipped out. I'm just like right in front of everyone. Like, I mean, they're all in their cars, and I'm thinking. And we all know what pebbles can, any skateboarder knows what a pebble can do to us.
Stop you dead in your tracks.
And I mean, I went down like a fucking ton of bricks. Just all right. Can you give me I'm gonna play Moss Man because I really have to go to the restroom, but I really want to get into the toy collecting and everything. So everyone, here is a commercial. You know what it is. It's Moss Man.
Oh, hey guys. So Lawrence, he had to step away for a little bit. He's got a case of the grumble dust. So he asked me to kind of watch over a stream. He put me in charge of y'all. He said to me, "Oh, Moss Man, I have a case of the grumble dust, and I need you to watch myself for a little bit so nobody leaves and finds out that there's more interesting things to watch on YouTube. And also, I hate Ohio." So I was like, oh, dang, so now I have to come up with a topic for my very own show. And I was like, oh, what about talking about your favorite toy stores? So my favorite toy store is HelloDopeToys.com. So they used to have this really bad website. It used to look real scammy. Like if I gave them money, they were going to go spend it on like blow and hookers. But now their website is really nice. And like I can just go in and do like 1-2 click. And then my order's placed. And they ship super fast, guys. They ship everything in one business day. So like I get all my toys first. So when I'm out there on the playground and all my friends are like, oh, dang, Moss Man, where'd you get that action figure? I still have to wait 17 months for mine. And I'm just like, well, I went to HelloDopeToys.com and I just pushed the buttons and then they shipped it out to me. And the packaging is so nice, guys. Like, I opened up the box and I was like, oh, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this kind of packaging. It's so nice. But then my trash can gets full because of all the packing stuff. And I was just like, oh, dang, I just changed the trash. But now I gotta change the trash again. Oh, you're right, Matthew Matson. You can use the code APWT at HelloDopeToys.com and save 10% on your order. So how that works is, so you're gonna save 10%, and then a Punk with Toys, he has to pay that 10% that y'all saved. So if you don't like Lawrence, you can just go to HelloDopeToys.com and just buy a bunch of stuff and rack up his bill. So then like at the end of the month, they're like, Hello Dope Toys is like, oh, Lawrence, you owe us $1 million because of all the 10% codes that everybody used. And yeah, that's how that works. Okay, guys, so it looks like it's time for me to go now. So make sure you go to HelloDopeToys.com and like and subscribe. And then in the comments, put what your favorite toy store is. But if it's not HelloDopeToys.com, I'm probably just going to delete it, okay? So, all right, guys, bye!
Oh, thank you so much. I don't like playing the commercial when I have someone on.
No, it's good because I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, I could see that you left. I've had to go for like an hour and a half. I'm like, God damn it. It becomes that, oh man. Usually I'm pretty good, but man. Anyway. All right. So you start 3D printing, you start making stuff.
Yeah.
What was like the first thing you remember making that you looked at that was like, hey, this is actually pretty cool?
It was Devastator. Actually,
okay.
Yeah. And Devastator was the first big thing that like everyone kind of went crazy about. And then, I have like that 8th grade kid mentality that if it's cool at this big, it's really cool at this big. You know what
I mean? Okay, so you start printing that stuff. We hit the pandemic. When do you meet your last girlfriend?
Shortly thereafter, actually.
Is it is it during the pandemic or?
Yeah, we met during
Okay.
the pandemic, and we hit it off right away. And on our second date, I invited her back to my house, and she didn't run away.
Now, is she a collector of anything?
No, but she's as geeky as I am. She's
Okay.
into, she's the Harry Potter type geek.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so we don't exactly have the same geek, but
But she understands.
I have a wall. I have a wall of comic in my place. I had a wall of comic books, just from floor to ceiling, comic books, and I had 15-foot high ceilings. It was like cathedral ceilings, and it was just all comic books. And she was like, "That's the most amazing thing I've ever seen." And so at that point, yeah, see, she just said I like comic books. So she said, "That's the most amazing thing I've ever seen." And I was like, "All right, so we're gonna get along really good."
And then you said, "Wait till you see what's next."
Yeah, I said, "Wait till you see all the toys."
Three-star says has
really,
to keep her. I'm still waiting to find that person.
she's really good with it. We have we own a house now together, and we have a 2-car garage, which is now a 1-car, 1 Terradome garage, which is now actually a no-car garage because my workshop is now the other side of the garage. So she parks in their driveway, and she's really cool about it as long as I clean off her car when she has to go to work, because I work from home still. So
Well, I think that's probably the least that you could do for her.
she's very cool about it. And I have all my G1 transformers are downstairs in IKEA lighted bookshelves, and all my GI Joe stuff's up in here in my office.
So when did you start getting into the jet? Like, were you doing other GI Joe, or are you just a 6-inch?
I had totally gotten out of GI Joes, man. I sold all my GI Joes when I was a kid. I gave them away to my little brothers, and then when Classifieds came out, I picked up. Fuck, who was the first guy I picked up? I want to say it was Roadblock.
Okay.
And I was like, this is awesome. The articulation, it was amazing. So
This guy?
that was him. with those funky legs.
With the gold legs?
Yeah.
It didn't bother me.
No, it didn't.
But I wasn't like, I guess I was not. When I don't even know how I got into the Joes. Like what? It wasn't Snake Eyes. Like it wasn't.
It wasn't Snake Eyes for me.
It wasn't the 00 Snake Eyes. I don't remember like being like, oh my god, it doesn't look anything like the original. I just thought, oh my god, they're redoing GI Joe, and they were always evolving. So I don't know why people were so. I don't know what people were so mad about, but again.
Yeah. No, so I picked them up. I was immediately like, it's all about the story, right? And you're immediately transported back to the
Yes.
when you were a kid. So I picked them up. I picked up everyone I could find. I was able to troop build back when Cobra Island was in Target there. All the
us reconnecting made G.I. Joe worse for you. Okay, now good night.
So I just started collecting, and then I noticed there is no vehicles for G.I. Joe.
Nope.
And so I said, I can make vehicles for G.I. Joe. And I found a couple files online, and I was really bad at printing them. And then I figured out, over the course of however many years. And then, of course, my desire to go big again, because I'm 8-year-old, I needed to make the pit. So,
which is behind you.
which is that thing right there. Yeah. So
I don't think where it's at compared to where you're at, I don't think it does it justice on how big the scale is.
that thing is flat. All right.
But no, I'm just saying, like right now, like where you're at, because I know the vamp is there. Yeah.
So I have to stand on
But what I'm saying is like
ladder.
how you're sitting, it doesn't look like it's that big, but I know exactly how big the vamp is.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's a vamp inside it. So
Yep.
but yeah, no, that's it's sitting on a IKEA coffee table. That's
I would trust putting stuff on the 3D printed pit more than an IKEA table. Just saying.
I've survived that way now for 2 years, so I think we're all right. So,
And I can see what else is behind you too. You
yeah,
just
that,
I don't think people notice that.
that's
So there's a tactical battle platform.
yeah, that's the tactical battle platform.
You need a bigger TV so your toys don't look so. Your toys are making your TV look really small.
That's a 50-inch TV.
That's a 50-inch TV?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I thought it was like a 32-inch.
No, that's a 50-inch plasma.
Oh my god, dude. So now you're getting more of an idea of how big that thing is.
Yeah, so this room that we're in right here, you could see half of it. This is the bonus room above my garage.
Hold on. I'm gonna make you full size really quick here.
Okay.
Maybe.
So you're seeing half of my room right now. This is the bonus room above my garage. My garage is my workshop where the Terradome is. It's right below us.
Okay.
But yeah, that pit is 44 inches by 44 inches wide by 28 inches deep by, I want to say 66 inches tall without the sniper tower. Because the sniper tower is not part of it. Like the sniper tower, I can move around.
Okay.
That's a movable piece.
So you can see, there's, your pit. Then you have the tactical battle platform. There's the Thunder Machine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The Thunder Machine. Let me see if I can take you on a little quick tour real quick.
I cannot believe nobody has not pointed out anything next to Nemesis Immortal there. Yeah.
I'm sending that to Tony with the Wolverine so that he can paint it for me.
I may or may not have seen a picture of it.
Tony's gonna paint that so I can figure out how to paint it because I can't paint things. So I'm gonna let Tony paint it, and then I'm gonna copy how Tony paints it on mine. But this is the pit. You can see.
That's that looks so. I mean, you did such a good job there. I mean, it's really hard to criticize too much there.
That's the. You can see that.
Now, you actually have lights in the spotlight there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, I didn't see the big one there. I just saw the little one.
Well, no, the big one's in a coffee cup. It's just kind of lighting up the thing. But the little one's up top there, yeah.
That is.
But then there's that's the
Oh, I like that.
I gotta back it up a little. These are the T lights that are supposed to go inside there, but I never put them inside there.
I just hate the tea lights because you have to keep
Oh,
turning them off; they burn out.
well, they go inside this box and it lights up the
Yeah,
map.
I just hate having those types of lights because you got to remember to turn them off.
Right.
That's why I like
right.
all the LED lights.
And then there's this is the elevator. You can see there's a hole up there so the vamp can go up into it.
Bobby Wold is asking where you get your files. Now I know you get a lot of stuff from Thingiverse, or I get a lot of stuff from Thingiverse, but I think you buy a lot of your files too.
I buy a lot. Yep. These actual files were all made by Joe Walder, who's Joe's.
Okay.
He was really cool. He made those background file, the wall files, and
Yeah.
then he and I kind of messaged him and I had some questions and he started making files that I wanted for me for free. He was really great. That's the front. I don't know how much is coming out here. Here we go.
So 3 Star is asking if you were to make a pit, what do you think the estimated price would be to sell one?
The pit. See, here's the thing.
I think he's just asking not
Like
for
what
you to make
what it cost me to make.
No, how much do you think that someone should sell? I would ask, what do you think someone should sell that for?
Gosh, it's a tough question because it's how much time you put into it, how much it's worth to you. I can a lot of it. I have to be able to fix things as it breaks.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying? So, in selling things, you have to be able to adapt it to make it work when it's not when a lot of stuff's like leaned up against things, you know what I mean, and things like that. Where I really like this vehicle right here. Is amazing.
That looks nice.
This is fuck you, Bobby Valla.
Yeah. Wait. Does that gun turret move up and down too?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Holy shit! That's crazy.
Look, it's got the Cobra symbol on the front of it. But the
Also,
greatest
I
thing
did
about
not say that. I did not say that. That was him. I did not say that. I did not say anything bad about him.
Oh, you know what? The best thing about this is you could do that.
See, that is. I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna lie. That makes things so much easier because people do not realize how hard it is to pose and seat figures in small tight places.
Right. So anyway, so that's I don't know the Torah stuff. I'm sorry, I'm on my phone. So
Okay, so Bobby wants to know: have you printed anything from 3D Toys? I'm sorry, S3D Toys. I saw a Night Raven. Who is S3?
that's Steve.
Fuck him.
Yeah. Well. Yeah, I agree.
I think I've said my piece on that already.
Well, here's the deal with Steve. So Steve made the Pterodome. I don't know your take on him, but I'm going to tell you my take on him. So Steve made the Pterodome, and Steve, I bought the files from Steve. I was one of his pre-backers, the earliest backers, because I wanted the Pterodome files. And so I bought them. He shipped them out to us. I didn't start working on it for about 2 months. And then when I started working on it, I found there was a lot of problems with the files. So I was sending him like updates like, hey, this part's not working, this part doesn't go together, this part's missing a peg. I have to drill my own pegs, I have to put my own things in here. This part doesn't support this part because leverage, when you have fulcrum and weight on the end of it, it's always going to go down. So all the cannons all just immediately went down like this.
Oh wow.
So I'm like, I have to, I'm making blocks to put in there so that they stay up. And I'm gonna correct them. And then he just never corrected them. He's still selling the files. They're in my opinion, they're 90% done. He's still selling them. I made my own corrections to my own thing. So I think, the only person to complete the pit up until a couple of months ago. I think 2 other people have completed not the pit, the Terradome. But then I started posting pictures of my files, as I do on my Instagram, just my little story caption and my picture, right?
Yeah.
That's my deal. And he kept sending me messages like, why won't you tag me in these? And I kept saying, well, that's not what I do. And I said, when I post the overall thing of it, you'll be tagged in it. And if anybody asks me where to get the files, I'm of course going to direct them to you. And I didn't try to claim that I made them. So, but he would always post, these are my things. Why won't you tag me? Why won't you?
Because you fucking bought it. You don't have
Right.
to.
Why won't you post that I made it? And I kept saying to him, dude, that's not how it works. I said, when you see a building, the guy who made the building puts his name on the building. You don't say it's designed by this architect.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. You know what I mean?
I post my Dodge Journey. I don't have to fucking tag Dodge in it.
Right. So anyway, so to this day, anytime I post anything that has one of his models in it, he always posts himself on it. But so when I posted the Terradome pictures initially, he gave me all this shit about not tagging him. And then I said, that's not how I work. When I do it, I did. So I put out an overview and I tagged him in all of it. He was very happy with me then. And then he wanted to use all my pictures to sell his Terradome. And I said, well, we can work out some sort of licensing thing if you want, because I bought your file. So if you want to use my things, we can, give me another one of your files. So he was going to do that, and then he totally just ghosted me on that.
So my buddy Greg, who he prints stuff.
Yeah.
He's a lot like you. He does not like selling the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He'll sell stuff to people locally, but if it's not up to what he thinks is good, then he doesn't want to sell it.
Right.
He also doesn't like dealing with a lot of people because he tried selling some stuff and people said they want to buy it, and then he prints it and then they'd ghost him, or I don't have the money. And I kept telling him, and I still tell him, you got to ask for the money up front, or ask for half of it.
Right.
Because then if they decide that they can't pay you, well, all right, well, then I'll sell it to someone else. Well, he printed that the Steve's 3D and the tricycle for the Dreadnoughts.
Yeah.
I forget what it's called. Anyway, I had done. He also printed the ASP from Mark to Toys, Mark to Design, and he asked Mark. He said, "Hey, my buddy wants to review it. Is that cool?" He's like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome." I did the review, gave him all the credit. He had asked Steve, and Steve is like, "Nope, you're not allowed to give this away. You're not allowed to sell these. I don't want to see it on this. Like, if I find out you're selling or giving them away, then I won't sell you stuff, whatever." He asked Steve. Steve said, "I don't know about it." He told him, he's like, he's going to give you credit and everything. He just wants to review it. So what he does, and then he'll give you credit for it. I don't know. He said, well, he's doing Mark to Toys. He said it's cool. Why don't you watch his review? He watched the review, and I saw the message. He said, so I heard back from Steve, and Steve said, here's what he said. Boom. And it was something like, yeah, he can do it, but he can't give you any credit. He can't say that you did it or that you're selling it, that it's my design. And I said, fuck him.
Yeah, that's weird.
I'm trying to do him a favor by reviewing this thing that you 3D printed. The file, the link to his stuff would be there. But he's going to be a dick about this? Well, fuck him, dude. First off, the thing is oversized to begin with.
Right.
It looks, Road Pig looks awesome on it, but Road Pig wasn't around then.
Right.
And I was like, fuck you, dude. Like, no. Like, I'm going to do you a favor by reviewing a 3D print that you did that Greg printed, and you're going to give him give him shit and make demand. Fuck you, dude. Sell your own shit.
Right.
It just... And then, so, I reviewed, Mark to Toy stuff. So, Mark, I run into Mark at Joe Fest.
Great guy.
Right? He fucking knows who I am. Like, which blew my... He's like, yeah, I've done... He's like, no, I know who you are. He's like, I watch your stuff all the time. And he's like, you don't, you actually know what you're talking about. I'm like, shut up. He's like, no, dude. Nice ass guy. Like, couldn't be nicer. And then this other guy, and I'm like, I don't like. So I have nothing nice to say about him. And a matter of fact, he tried joining the Facebook group, and I'm like, fuck you. I just, there's no reason to act like that.
He's got some sort of a chip on his shoulder. He wants people to know. When people were like getting real excited about my Terradome, he kept saying, well, people don't know that I made it though. And I go, but you didn't. And he's like, but I designed it. I said, have you made one yet? He goes, no. I go, well, you designed it. I'm like, you didn't make it. There's a difference.
So this is what gets me the most about, like, okay, so you're saying, like, you can't give it away. Like, you bought the file. Once you buy the file, you should be able to do whatever you want with it. Second, I understand you did the work, but you are literally just stealing someone else's design.
Right.
You are looking at that Skyhawk and you are putting it, again, I'm not saying it doesn't take work, because it does. It's not like I can just be like, oh, hey, look, there's a Skyhawk, boom. But you're taking someone else's work. Hence the reason why he had to remove that mothership.
Right.
Because Super 7 wasn't going to play that, which I cannot believe I have to give that guy credit for anything. But,
well, but though in all of the 3D printing community, he's the only one that I've ever had a problem with.
He's the only one I've heard bad things about. And again, this rubbed me the wrong way because when I read the screenshots of how he responded, I was just like, fuck you. Like, fuck you.
He still, to this day, he still claims that if I were to sell the Terradome, that he would want commission on it.
And he could kiss your ass.
Right. Come get it from me. But I don't plan on selling it either. But
no, but who cares?
Right.
Isn't it the same thing as Hasbro contacting him and going, hey, by the way, all those files, we want our royalties for it.
Right.
Because that's ours.
That's crazy. But so, yeah, and all that, though, it's inconsequential. I don't like talking about him.
Sorry to bring it up. I don't even, there's certain things that piss me off. And I think most people that watch this channel know that if I have something to say, I'm going to be someone to say it.
Yeah.
And I don't try to act like some internet tough guy or anything. It's just.
But I don't sell most of my stuff anyway. I mean, I'll make some stuff, I guess. If someone asks me sometimes, I'll make something that I've already made. The deal with 3D printing for me is solving the problem.
Okay.
So if I want to make, a Wolverine, there's not a Wolverine out there. So I find the file, I make the Wolverine, I do it the best I can do it. And I keep doing it until it comes out to a quality that I want to do it at. And then once it's done that way, it's like checked off in my head. And if Derek wants one, I'll make one for Derek. And you know what I mean? Like, and I'll give them to friends and shit like that. But to me, it's making them.
And that's what you told me. Because I know when I asked you, you know, like, hey, so you asked me about, you're like, hey, you need a different diorama for your, you know, and then you showed me something. Well, how much you want? I don't want anything, but you know, shipping. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's
now, mind you,
because the diorama is this big.
Yeah, so it's this big diorama. I'm like, okay, we'll find out how much it is. And when you finally got back, you're like, all right, I don't want to send this out till you're okay with it, but you're like, it has to be broken up into 2 boxes, and each box can cost about $50. And I was like, no, and you're like,
keep the diorama.
like that. I'm like, which is much different than sending out something that costs like $7 to ship out.
Right.
You know, because it's 2 big boxes, and like when it comes to 3D printed, things break.
Right.
I mean, and the other thing that a lot of people don't realize, and I think you and I actually discussed this, when people say that they 3D print hisses, and they sell them for $250, and people are like, the HasLab was $300. It's like, yeah, but you understand, like, this is their time, this is their filament. You don't know how many times that thing failed.
Right.
The energy it uses, and also they're not doing it to just give you stuff. And for some, you know, it goes back to like, hey, I need help moving and you work out, so could you help me? That's not why I work out. Never once did I go to the gym going, you know what, someone's going to help me. Someone's going to ask me to help them move, and I need to have the muscle to do it.
But also you're paying for my experience knowing that if you print this part, if you print it flat versus standing up, you have complete different finishes on the surfaces, right? So the top surface is going to be a rougher surface than a printed side surface, right? So when you get the file, you have to orientate the part on the bed so that you have the best surface quality when you're printing it.
And that's like Greg, he's put a lot into it, and he's bought, he keeps buying more printers, and you know, he does all this stuff, and I mean, and that's what I tell people. I go, it's their time, it's their experience, it's the filament, energy. You know, if you bought a file, but they're also like, people aren't there to do it for free, even though people expect like, oh, you should just do it for free because you can do it. You know, ask any IT person, and everyone in their family thinks they should just come fix their computer for free. Right? Like, I fix copy machines. Hey, I got a printer. Yeah, I don't do that. I can probably tell you what's wrong with it, but it doesn't mean that I can get the part, order the part, or want to do it for you for free. If you're one of the people that helped make me, and there's only one of them left, then they don't have to, you know, they don't pay me anything. You know, if I helped make you, all right, like, I'm not going to ever charge you. But don't, like, everyone thinks that anytime someone has their expertise, they should just do it for free. Well, you know how to do it.
Not to be, you know, but so my reward in giving and making a toy is to see the reaction of the person that I give it to.
But you're choosing, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're right.
There's a difference between choosing to give something to someone, and somebody expecting you to do it just because you can.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
You wanted to give these to us.
Yeah.
But you also told us there were people that came up to you.
Oh, they bought them on the parking lot.
Yeah. And you're like, hey, I didn't know who they were, and they saw them. They were willing to pay for it.
Well, let me show you this. That's the special edition rapid deployment force version of this. All black.
Yeah, and again, you do such nice stuff.
Yeah.
And it is the expertise that you take. Greg, he used the same files that you do for the Wolverine.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much spot on, other than the color, because he printed his in green.
Okay.
He does a really good job. Like, I would stand by everything that he does, and he gets better, but he's always like, and again, he doesn't like to sell, he doesn't like shipping stuff, because you and I both know, you send something 3D printed, you don't know how it's going to go, especially if you ship something in the summer.
Yeah.
Like, it might be melted by the time it gets there and all warped and shit.
You know what? This is the worst time of the year to ship something right now. I'm scared about shipping that to Tony tomorrow.
I know you were saying.
Just because they will punt it across. There's just people there that are just day laborers.
Yeah, and again, there's so much when it comes to this, but where do you see this 3D printing going? Do you want to sell? I mean, do you look forward to selling stuff, or are you more?
There's always that, in the back of your head, you always glamorize being able to quit your job and going in, and doing something that you like, that is fun, right? Because it's fun. But then it becomes a job, right? And who the fuck wants that? I want my fun to be fun. And I want to make stuff when I want to make stuff, right? When I have deadlines and shit, I don't really like it. So I have half a garage full of half-done projects. I'm still in the middle of the mass device. I've sent you a couple of pictures of the early beginnings of that. That thing's 30 inches by 30 inches by 24 inches so far. And it's sitting in the middle of my garage. And it's one of the half-done projects that's down there. I have a half-done Night Raven, Steve's Night Raven design. I have a full Rattler downstairs that just sits there. I printed it and it doesn't get any use anymore.
Now is the Rattler that you printed around the same dimensions as the HasLab?
Yeah.
And how big is it? Like,
it's smaller than the Dragonfly.
Yeah, it's just shorter than the Dragonfly, but you have the width.
The width is actually the same.
It's almost across.
The Dragonfly's rotors.
Yeah, but you don't need to have.
Right.
I can put that against the wall.
Those can be turned, but it is probably 3/4 of the length of the Dragonfly.
Now, let me ask you this: you 3D print stuff.
Yeah.
I did a video a long time ago about are these vehicles too big? And then I had to kind of do a retraction, but now I'm starting to hear what I had been saying. When everyone kept saying they wanted more vehicles, and you're 3D printing them, were you sitting back going, I don't think you guys all really understand how big these things are? Because not everyone has enough room. But I don't think a lot of people realize just how big these vehicles were going to be.
No, but it's all relative, right?
SCS Dog wants to know, did the Rattler files come with patches?
We don't know stinking patches.
Yeah, it gave you a file so you could sew some patches.
I'll tell you what, it's all relative, right? And I thought when I printed the first classified HISS tank before the HISS tank came out, I thought this thing's fucking huge. And then
it's actually smaller than
right.
You probably have the same one that I have. It's actually
I guarantee it's the same one, right?
It's a little bit smaller than the actual HasLab.
Yeah. And I thought, this thing's fucking huge. Look at this. And I remember saying to Derek, look at the size of this thing. And then now I got the Dragonfly. Derek gave me the Dragonfly, by the way. I didn't order this. He won one in a raffle.
Wow.
And he texted me like 2 weeks ago, and he's like, I just won one of these. I think Baldy Zen was part of the same raffle. And he said, I just won one of these. And he had already bought one. And he's like, you just want to buy it for me for cost? And I said, yes. So.
Does he already have one, or?
Yeah, he already has one.
Okay.
So he's a solid dude. But anyway, I look at the size of the Dragonfly, and no, in no way am I complaining about Dragonfly, because it is amazing.
Yeah.
It is outrageously big for a toy.
You don't realize it till you try and move it.
Oh my God. Try to get it through a doorway.
Taking it up my stairs, because I'm like
scraping the stairs.
Someone asked me, someone goes, have you flown it around? I go, it's too big.
Right.
And it's been cold since I've gotten it. So when Aaron the Toy Enhancer sent me a Rattler, a vintage Rattler, I'm like, I flew that around my fucking house like a kid.
Yeah.
I tried, like, when I was bringing it up here, acting like I was flying it up. I'm like, I can't. I'm too scared I'm going to knock something off and break something. And if I move it too much, I'm going to hit the damn wall.
Right.
It looks amazing. When I was trying to do the review, and I go to turn it, and I'm like hitting the boxes.
Yeah.
I knew it was going to be big.
When I went to try to take a picture of it next to the Pterodome, and then I had to like back up, and I had to keep backing up, and I had to keep backing up, and I had to keep backing up, and I said, I can't do this. I got to move the fucking thing closer, because I'm going to be 30 feet away in order to get them all in a shot.
And the Rattler is going to be roughly the same size, except wider.
So the Dragonfly is almost the width of the Pterodome.
Yeah, because you could tell in the picture.
Yeah.
Just how big. It actually made it look small.
Yeah. It's huge.
And I'm not complaining.
No, I'm not complaining. It's because it's an amazing toy. And when Derek brought it over, I just sat there and I put it together. Him and I put it together on my kitchen table, and I just sat there staring at it, and I said, this is amazing. Like if 10-year-old me had known I would have a toy like this.
All right, so Same Time Toy says, you can't be scared to break a toy. It takes the fun out of it, but that money will make you do crazy things. No, I was more worried about scratching out my walls. Right? Like, I can deal with the toy, all right? Actually, I don't know why I'd be worried. My walls are scratched. But I'm not complaining. Because I'm not talking about being outside. I'm talking about going up and down the fucking steps. That you're like, it just doesn't fit.
Right.
And I really do think that they were testing the waters with that Rattler. Raising the price, removing a figure. I believe that they're testing the waters for for the whale.
$500 whale.
Yes. But it would be that is a true display piece because it holds so many figures.
Yeah, you're right.
With a hiss, I mean, they made it open, but it really can only hold 3, maybe 4 people if you cram 2 in the back. You can put a couple on the sides. This thing only holds 2 people. Sure, you can have one coming off, but that whale will hold numerous figures.
I'm telling you what, this tactical battle platform has not got a lot to it.
That was another one that I thought they could easily do because you could just technically make it a table.
Right. It's 4. You could put 4 interlocking things, and you get 4 legs, and there's not a lot of accoutrements to it. Once you have the 4, it's just a platform and 4 legs.
It won't be their first play set. Because remember they have the bunker coming.
I did not order that. I'm a at least one piece of everything, and I did not order the Cobra porta potty.
I did, and I have a porta potty.
Oh yeah, right.
The one that I've told Greg. Greg said, I don't know, a few months ago, he goes, "I'm not getting that back, am I?" I'm like, "No, you're not." He dropped it off, so he's like, "I think this would be pretty cool. Like, you can put it in the back." So many people asked me about that thing, and I was over there, and he was like, "I'm not getting that back, am I?" I'm like, "No, you're not." I'm gonna be honest about a lot of things. Like, no, I just can't. I'm literally stealing it from you in front of you. I have cucked your
Porta potty.
I'm gonna make you watch my videos with it in the back. And it's probably something you could just 3D print another one in like a couple hours, you know. But so many people asking about that thing. I'm like, it's just so awesome. It's like it can't go wrong anywhere.
No.
But yeah, I told people, and I had people snap at me when people were literally asking for a 3D printed flag, and you could tell when someone is being serious. And I would say, I'm starting to think that a lot of people that want this, they've never seen a flag in real life, and then they'd be like, "Oh yeah, like I've never seen one." I'm like,
somebody did it. You saw that, right?
Yeah. It's not feasible.
12-foot long. Someone did it.
I don't even. But
the guy did it in his living room. It took up his whole fucking living room.
Well, okay. Even as a single guy that can do whatever he wants.
He's married. That dude's got kids. I don't know what.
I don't even want a flag in my living room.
Right.
Or else I'd have mine in there.
Right. I can tell you this right now. I got half of a garage.
Yeah.
My plan is, all right, so here's the deal. My plan is I am going to have the most kick-ass diorama that a whole garage can hold. So
Charlotte go to sleep already?
Don't tell her this.
Right now she went, what?
It's going to go from one end of the garage to the other. The Terradome's going to be on one end. The headquarters is going to be on the other. Actually, I don't know if you see down there, the headquarters is behind the tactical battle platform.
No, I didn't. Nope.
Nope. So our garage is 32 feet long. So it can be in 3 sections. So one end's going to be the Cobra section, the other end's going to be the G.I. Joe section, the middle section is going to be like a battlefield section, and you'll be able to move them around.
And again, if you have the room,
right?
But I'm not seeing the 3D printed flag, or maybe I haven't. I didn't realize. But 12 feet is not big enough, in my opinion, for an actual flag.
Well, how big was the original flag?
It's 7.5 feet long.
All right. So the rule of thumb is a real American hero to classified scale is 1/66. So 1.66%, you scale it up. 166% is how you get to classified scale.
Okay, but here's the whole thing. The flag was already small.
Right. But if you're going to go from ARH to classified 166, so 7 feet, you're looking at 12 feet.
Yeah, but it still doesn't do it justice when you're trying to put stuff on it, because even though you're talking about, okay, so if
you couldn't fit more than 2 Sky Strikers on the other one, right? I wasn't one of the rich kids that had one.
Oh, I mean, you could fit more, but not comfortably.
Right, not the way they should be. Right.
Yes, that's why I wanted 5 HasLab Sky Strikers, though I couldn't afford it, just so I could have the wings closed and I could have 5 of them lined up there like you would have seen in Top Gun.
Right.
But I always said, like, when you're looking at a classified figure and you're going to put it in a vehicle, the old O-rings, they didn't have big, beefy shoulders. So you have to make the classified vehicle possibly a little bit bigger because you have to be able to fit the figure in there.
Yeah.
The Wolverine's completely different because she's just out of it. But if you wanted to do...
You could put Roadblock in the Wolverine, you know.
Yeah, but there's nothing up top. There's nothing to protect.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Like you don't have to fit it in there. What I mean, how does he fit in the Vamp and the Stinger? Not very well.
No,
he can. I mean, and I actually think, Bobby with the Vanguard, he made the seats move. Now they only move a little bit, but again, you're also only talking about moving as much as an action figure, so they don't need to move all that much.
Right.
But it does become a problem because those shoulders are wider.
Yeah.
And then you have pauldrons on them or whatever. So it is going to take up more and more than the actual O-ring figure would take up. And that's just something I don't think people look at. But again, even when you look at a flag at 12 feet, yeah, you may be right. Technically, that's the proper scale. But I still think it should be a little bit bigger. And again, I look at the flag and I'm like, as big as it is, and it is an amazing piece, because to have your own childhood one, and it's still up in your house, it's something special for me.
That's the same one you had as a kid, huh?
Oh yeah, that was the one I got in 1985 for Christmas.
You still got all the original parts and shit?
I don't have all of the parts, but all the parts that I have are original. I've never
got the railing. Got like the railing, the real expensive.
I actually do have. I do have the deck railing.
Yeah.
I got rid of. I gave the microphone away, and I shouldn't have. But I really didn't because it didn't work.
Yeah.
But it was. I was only collecting, and this was probably 15 years ago or so. And I kicked myself. I definitely, because he was supposed to give me some stuff, and he never gave me stuff, and it's like one of those things where it's like, why'd I give? And he's like, oh yeah, I was able to fix it real quickly. Like, thanks a lot, friend. He gave me some stuff, and then he said, I'm going to give you this, and he never gave me. I'm missing a couple of the deck pins. The two pins that hold the superstructure on.
Yeah. I
don't think I ever had them because I never even remember them. I think they were part of the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my dad probably threw them away. Thought they were, because I don't ever remember having it, but they don't move anyway.
Right.
And then I'm missing a couple of the pieces on the top, but it's over 90. I'd say it's over minus the microphone, which you can get easily. It's fairly expensive, but it's 90% complete, probably more.
That's great.
I am missing Keelhaw's pistol. You'll never get that.
No.
You'll never get that thing. But it is mine. It is mine from my childhood, and that's one of the reasons why I still probably collect, the 1/18 scale stuff. If this wasn't all my stuff as a kid and it didn't take me back, I probably wouldn't collect it. I'd probably say, you know what? It's time to move that room into being a classified room.
I look at that 1/18 scale stuff now, like when we went to Joe Fest, and I just can't believe how small it is now. Now that I'm used to classified scale.
As wonderful as it is, when you look at the detail in the classified,
yeah,
it's hard to go back.
Right.
And there's nothing, again, if you're a 1/18th person, this is not me dogging you. Again, I have a whole room, and I still do buy stuff. And that, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be where I'm at today when it comes to toy collecting.
Right. I
wouldn't love G.I. Joe if it wasn't for everything that a Real American Hero was. It changed toys. Just like, it changed it for a lot of us. Just like I think Masters of the Universe changed things for those collectors. You had some warrior. But there is a difference. Like, you look at the Dragonfly, and then you look at that, and you go,
yeah,
man. But I will say this: I look at that HasLab Sky Striker and I love it.
Yeah, it's good looking too. Yeah.
You know, they put a lot of detail into it. But I also think the original Sky Striker and Night Raven, they had a lot of nice detail to it. Now, you said you're halfway printed the Night Raven. How big is the Night Raven supposed to be?
Oh,
That 3D printed one. It's
30,
huge.
32 inches or something like 30 inches long.
No, it's got to be longer than that.
No, it's like 32 inches long. This classified scale one. Yeah.
That's how long. That's how long the Dragonfly is.
Yeah.
Then he scaled it down.
No, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's like 36 inches. It's not enormous. It's big. It's the same size as Dragonfly, probably.
Because that is their same time Toy said he thought it was 4 feet. Because I mean, if anyone saw Zen's, Baldy fucks reviews.
Oh, the Sky Striker, yeah.
The Sky Striker is huge.
That's beautiful.
And the Night Raven is tall or is longer than that.
His friend did such a good job on that.
Did he show it off more?
The video that.
Yeah, I mean it looks amazing, but
I've seen it on a couple of the Facebook 3D printing pages too. Yeah.
But yeah, imagine having that in your house though. Now you have a garage, but I mean I don't know where I'm going to put the Rattler. I don't know where I'm going to put this Robo Skull that I have coming in this weekend.
I have a Happer Robo Skull downstairs in the garage. It's almost done.
Oh, I saw your picture of it. I think you sent that to me.
That's what did I send it out to you? August. I mean, it's still in the same state. It's still in the same state it was when I sent the picture. For everything I've completed, I have 2 things that I haven't completed. So.
When did you send it to me? I think you sent it to me.
Yeah. No,
Maybe
I probably did.
I know you. I'm scrolling through it. I don't see lots of Wolverine pictures you sent me.
Yeah. I finished up more of these just recently. Remember these?
Yeah, I just painted mine.
Oh, you did? How'd it go? Let me see.
Oh, it's up here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I just followed it. So I was telling Tony about this. One of the coolest things about the translucent plastic that you use.
Yeah.
If I painted just the back of this black,
yeah,
it shows black throughout the whole thing.
Oh, that's great.
So if you miss a little bit when you paint, you don't really notice because it just bleeds all the way through.
Oh, that's great.
And this was, so I think I told you, you gave that to me at Joe Fest.
Yeah.
And I had just broken it, and you had sent me stuff. And I'd broken it like 2 or 3 days before you sent me stuff. And in that, you gave me another one. And I was like, dude, I was just going to ask you if you could. Yes.
Well, what I do is whenever I'm changing out the resin in my printer, I end up running off a couple Megatrons. Because I need to use up the resin that's in the vat. So I have it on the. I have in the just a file, and I'll just hit Megatron, and I'll just till I'm done with the resin, it'll just run out a couple Megatrons.
Yeah, it's awesome. So now I got to figure out what Cobra.
And I just finished these. I don't know. Let you see these. Where is it? Can you see that?
Is that a drone?
What is a drone?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. We got a bunch of those. That's fun. I haven't found my resin printers now. There's a little remote control for it.
Same time Toys is asking if you have the Blaster boombox.
No, Blaster, the Transformer?
Yeah, I was thinking.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking I was just thinking Well, wait a minute. Everyone has Soundwave. If if they bought Chuckles, but Blaster was Blaster was the one that I had. Like I always wanted Soundwave, and somehow my dad gave me Blaster, who didn't even come with a fucking tape deck.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say Blaster didn't even have the cool cassettes because that was what was cool about Soundwave was the cassettes.
But he came with Blaster. You had to buy them all separate. I don't think I ever even had any.
That's another thing I made. I made a life-size Ravage. You know the cassette Ravage?
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to picture you. You made a life size.
Yeah, that thing stands 3.5 feet tall. It's like the size of a bobcat.
Does your girlfriend have any sisters?
You know where that thing sits? In the garage. Because you could sit on it.
No, you would break it, but
Well, you would, but
physically you could.
I can't put, you know what I mean? I make these giant things. I made a 4.5 foot Imperial Star Destroyer. That's in the garage too. Because the fucking thing's this big.
What do you do with it? Like, do you get rid of any of the stuff that you're not using?
Sometimes I'll just give it, like somebody will come over and go, "Oh, this is great," and I'll go, "Here, take it, please take it," because it's just sitting there collecting dust. Because once again, to me, the excitement is in making it and figuring out the thing, figuring out the problem. And once I figure out the problem and I make it and it comes out and I go, "Wow, this is cool," and then I show everybody, then it just goes. And I'm on to the next thing because that's how my ADD works.
I have this fear that, like, if I'm able to make it to Joe Fest, which I'm hoping,
yeah,
you're gonna be like, "Oh, by the way, let's go to your car."
They'll load you up with shit.
All right, so let's start to wrap it up, but let's talk about a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, you asked me for, and you were one of the people that got, a Punk with Toy stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And then you hit me up and you're like, "Hey, can you send me some more? Can you send me some more stickers? Because I put mine on my car and you had a tree fall on your car."
Dude, smashed it as soon as I put it on there.
So I sent it to you.
Right.
And then it wasn't the Wolverine, was it? Before the car accident?
Yeah, it was. It was Wolverine.
Okay. So, oh yeah, because you hit me up and you said, "Hey, you're a Michigan fan. You need to have a Wolverine." And you're like, "I'm going to send you one." And then you kind of showed me that it was all wrapped or whatever, I forget. And then you're like, "Hey, I'm sorry about this, but I've had to take care of some other stuff." And you had some guy jump in
Dukes
front
of Hazzard in front of my car, in front of my house.
And he went about how far?
About 45 feet in the air. Impacted the utility pole in front of my house at about 4.5, 5 feet up in a Dodge Ram pickup truck.
You sent me the picture, or did you post it?
I think I sent it to you. I didn't post them.
Did he hit the mailbox?
So he went off the one side. He went off the side of the road before my mailbox or before my driveway. He took out my mailbox. He hit my driveway and it launched him up in the air because I have like a drainage culvert in front of my house because I live on the Pet Cemetery Road.
Yeah.
So it's a country road. One end of it's the Port of Albany. The other end of it is the highway. And he hit the road thing going about 80 miles an hour, hit my driveway. and he launched himself in the air, went 45 feet, and hit the pole in front of my house, and wiped out the pole in front of my house.
I can't figure out. I know because I remember showing.
It was in September.
Well, I'm looking through our messages because I wanted to show that.
Yeah, it was in September.
Because I remember showing it to a buddy I work with. And I remember you pointing out, you go, you see where he landed? And you could just see like where he launched.
Right. And there's no tire tracks, and then where he lands. And of all the times not to have like a Ring camera, because it would have caught this guy just flying through the air.
Man, I cannot find it.
It was a video, I think I sent you.
Yeah, I think it was a video. And the video's gone. But yeah, Charlotte says it was an epidemic.
Yeah, we have a mailbox we replace 6 times a year.
Yeah, you were telling me that many people hit it because you said you live on this Pet Cemetery Road.
Yes,
and
I just 1,000 miles an hour.
I just imagine Gage walking, and then his dad running after him, and it was too late.
So yeah, they took that. That's what we deal with on a daily basis. I don't even want to put up another mailbox. I just keep putting up this shitty one, setting it back on top of the post.
I just, man, yeah, you did send a video because I remember I showed it to, but the video must have gone away because I'm looking at the mailbox. Because yeah, this is, god damn it. That was just awesome because you're like, you can see where he totally missed it. And I was like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, he wiped us out.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys are okay, and
It
seems like you guys deal with it pretty well.
Listen, you know, this is a small shit, dude.
Did you call Derek over and be like, dude, you guys see this?
Oh yeah, he came over and saw it. He came over the other day. I said, they just took out my fucking mailbox again. He goes, no.
We, my old friend, when he had one of his first like apartments, I went over his house and he goes, hey, go look at the refrigerator and read the article. And I'm reading this article, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what? I'm like, someone ran into a house, and he was like, yeah, dude, they were partying at my house right before they left, and he did that. I go, what? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, yeah, they were there, and they drove back, and it was in the neighborhood, but he fell asleep. He only lived a few streets over from wherever they went back to the house, because they went somewhere and then they partied more, and he blacked out and ran into a house. And he goes, from what I understand, but when the people came downstairs, the kid was sitting on the couch. I'm like, you know where this is at? He's like, yeah. I'm like, let's go see the house. So we drive over there. And well, it's not hard to spot because there was just a big tarp. And I remember looking at it, and you could see the tracks. And he went through 2 trees. And the trees weren't huge. You would have taken the trees out. But he must have clipped both mirrors and drove right into the house. And he was only maybe 10 houses from his place. And I guess I think they said the living room sat a little bit lower, so the car was teetering, and he was sitting on the couch. And I remember making fun of him. And of course, like, this was one of his roommate's friends. And these girls were like, that's so mean. I'm like, dude, the guy ran into a house. I'm sorry. You don't get away from that. You don't get to drive into a fucking house and not get made fun of. I'm sorry. You hit a house. All right. The house didn't move. All right.
That's great.
So I'm glad that you guys are, you guys do well with that. But I don't know if I could deal with that.
No.
But like you said, it's the little things. You've dealt with much worse in your life.
Right.
And I guess if fixing a mailbox every now and then is the worst of your day, then
Yeah, and it's pretty much the worst thing that happens to me on a daily basis. I got to look out, see who's going to clip my shit.
you seem very chill.
Yeah, listen, man, when you, like I said, when you confront your own mortality, you learn that everything else is pretty easy to deal with. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Get mad?
Same time Toy says, maybe I don't want a punk sticker now.
Truth. No, I've had the punk sticker on the back of the new car now. It's not. It's all right.
You sent me that one too. I see lots of Wolverine
I think I might have
pictures.
sent it to you on Facebook. Maybe I sent it to you on Facebook.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Do we communicate on Facebook?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Something
Oh,
similar.
yeah. So here's the I found the Robo Skull. It looks just like a regular Robo Skull. I mean, got the design.
It didn't come out the way I wanted it to. It was
It has an underbite.
Yeah, it wasn't coming out the way I wanted it to, and then I fucked up on the painting, and then I don't know. Like I said, my ADD took over. Sometimes I get frustrated and I just put it down, and then I'll come back to it months later once I've kind of calmed down and figured out how to do it.
You know, the one thing I didn't get from you was those nunchucks.
Where are they? Oh,
So you got the show everyone the nunchucks. Look at, hold on, I gotta make you big. So this.
that's the nunchucks. Whoa.
So he was showing me something. He sent me a picture of something. Actually, it was a video. It was a video of the wheels you sent me for the Stinger. And I was fascinated by those. And before I even had a chance to say anything, you're like, "Did you like the nunchucks?" And I was like, "Those are fucking awesome." Shane, they are exactly what they are. They are nunchucks.
Yeah, they're the nunchucks.
I'm like, fuck those wheels, man. Give me the nunchucks. Those were super cool.
Yeah, I have tons of shit I make around here.
Imagine getting struck by a nun. I hit a nun with my skateboard once.
What?
I fell and
got it off.
Yeah, it was going slow enough by the time it hit her, but it was an older nun, and it was like I fell and the board went, and she was, because Perry Drugs was right there where we skated, and like you can see it turning, and you're like, no, because you can't catch up to it, and you're going no, and you're like, it is no, and sure enough, it hit her like Achilles, and she just kind of buckled a little, and oh my god, I apologize. Oh no, it's okay. Like she wasn't mad, but I'm just like you watch it go, and again, you're a skateboarder. You know what like you see those things going. Sometimes you know exactly where it's going, and you're like, "Come on, dude." I if I tried that 1,000 times,
you couldn't do it if you tried it, right?
But when you don't want it to, it's just like there it goes, and you're like. So at that point, I knew I was going to hell, so I just figured, hey, fuck it, I'll just be like this. Come to find out, all my friends are going to hell, so I made the right decision. So, but I'm gonna let you go. It's been almost 4 hours.
Holy shit! Oh my god!
This when I started doing these, I thought like an hour and a half, and then it kind of went to 2, and then 3, and now the past 2 I haven't really cared because I didn't have to work. I don't have to work tomorrow.
You don't have to work tomorrow. I have to work at 7 a.m.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I work from home. I'm okay.
Okay. So yeah, like I've kind of been going longer and longer. But I just got to wake up and take Olivia, and then I got to call a tow truck and have my car towed in so I can get it fixed. Yeah,
Where you gotta
right
go
before. Yeah, I have to get the spark plug and wire and one of the cylinders need to be replaced. But of course, it's one of those ones where
You got to take out half the engine to do it.
yeah, and again I live in townhouses, so I don't have like a garage to do it.
Yeah.
So I've been driving my work vehicle. The biggest problem with my work vehicle is a 2-seater. So if I want to drive the kids around, even though my kid's 18, he doesn't drive. Even he did, he's in a car. So for Christmas and everything, so that's like almost $1,000 if it needs nothing else, just to do a whole tune-up. And this is stuff like
change the spark plug.
Yeah, like I had a 2008 Dodge Avenger. I replaced the spark plugs numerous times on that.
Right.
No problem. I even think I did my No, I don't think I was able to do because I used to have a V6 Dakota. I wasn't able to do that because they had to drop the engine, and I think they said to drop the engine and tilt it or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I looked at this and I could do all of this technically, but it's also a lot of stuff where if one thing goes wrong, you're kind of fucked.
Right.
Now, I'm lucky enough that I have my work vehicle, but it's just the fact that I have to take it in there to change the goddamn spark plugs and put a new plug in is ridiculous. And it's right at Christmas time. And in Michigan, you have to renew your tabs on your birthday. And I was born right after.
What's your tabs?
What?
Registration for your car?
Yeah, registration.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's another $150 some.
Yeah.
So it's just like, thanks a lot for having me right around Christmas, guys. That's awesome. How my car? It's 2017. 2017, 107,000 miles on it. So I think the spark plugs are supposed to be replaced at 100,000. It's just I wasn't expecting it. Like it just started misfiring. Like
my first car was a 79 Datsun 210. I could sit inside the engine and replace the spark plugs and stuff. When I was 16 years old, I would sit inside the engine and take out the spark plugs and shit.
I always laugh. Like I had, I had a V6 Dodge Dakota. It was a 1997, but they also put the 5.2 liter in it, and then eventually they put the 5.9 liter in the Durango.
Oh.
And I remember looking at the V6 and I went, "There's no room. How did they how did they put the 8-cylinder in here also?" And then to know that they put a bigger 8-cylinder in it later, which they probably use the same block, so probably not. But I'm like, how the fuck did they fit this in here?
My brother has I want to say it's a Traverse.
Yeah.
And in order to change one of the headlights, you have to take apart half of the fucking car.
Oh, there's plenty of that. To get
like $300 to replace a headlight. I don't. Outrageous.
So to replace the battery on my Durango, or not my Durango, on my Journey, which is what I have now.
Nice Turk.
It is. You have to remove the wheel, take out the wheel well, remove the clamp. You have to also disconnect the top of it. And then that's where it's at. So my Dodge Avenger was the same way.
Yeah.
And it needed a battery. And when I went to take it to Pet Boys, they're like, well, here's how much the battery costs, but it's like $180 in labor. I'm like, fuck, like, I'll do it myself. And then like I started looking at it, I'm like, I can't get to this. I don't
know. You have to go back to them and go, oh, you can do it.
well, no, because I didn't buy the battery because I wanted to see if I was going to see if I could do it. I ended up calling Walmart, and Walmart's like, it's like $120 installed. And I was like, well, you have to do this. He's like, as long as you buy the battery here, we install it for free. So if you have a battery in a bad place,
Right.
but they want to charge you labor, and you have a Walmart near you, and we all have Walmarts, contact them because they will not charge you labor because you're buying it there.
That's great.
So what could be a $300 thing might only be $80 if that's how much the battery.
Then you got a Walmart guy working on your car.
It's only the battery.
Yeah.
I take it there all the time. I take it there for the batteries. I take it there to get oil changes.
You know what? My brother's was a master technician for Chrysler. Now he's a firefighter, professional firefighter. But he's like, don't ever bring it to that place. They suck it out the top instead of draining your oil. So they use a hose. They stick it in where you put the oil in, and they suck the oil out rather than drain the oil out the bottom. So you don't all get all the oil out because it doesn't use gravity.
I thought I'm gonna have to check next time because they have a pit that they have to. Because you have to go down there and change it.
You would think you would do the thing, but they use like a hose and suck it out through the top. I don't know. It's what my brother said. I don't know anything about cars.
Oh, wait. So wait, I think Turk is saying yes. Turk, are you saying he's right about what Walmart does? Because now that scares the shit out of me. Yeah, now I'm scared. But I've been taking it there for a while. You know.
So it doesn't. So I guess his whole thing to me was it doesn't drain all your oil out.
No, and that makes complete sense because you do have the gravity of everything dripping out.
Right.
Turk is saying that's probably transmission fluid. But if your brother's a master tech, then he probably realized like.
Oh, yeah. I was right about the headlight.
No, about the headlight. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that I don't know. I swear they have a pit, but now next time I take it, I'm gonna be like. Usually I walk and go look at the toys.
It's truth. I do the same thing.
I walk and go look at toys. I eventually make my way to Subway so I can eat something.
None of the Walmarts around us have any more G.I. Joe toys.
Oh wow.
We have 7 Walmarts within 30 minutes of us around here, and only one of them carries G.I. Joe toys anymore. They have like 2 Dukes and 2 Recondos, retros, and that's it.
Yeah, when I was looking for the last wave, the Storm Shadow wave, they all have Joes, but they all had that wave. Now I don't even go. There's nothing. Even my kids, Olivia will be like, "Hey, you gonna go look for toys?" I'm like, I don't need
nothing
it.
out. I get everything from Pulse now.
Yeah, I get everything somewhere,
which is good and bad, right? Because part of the fun is hunting for the toys for me.
Yes.
I was talking to Derek about this. I want to stop ordering from Pulse and try to find toys in the wild because that's kind of part of the fun part of it.
So this is why I don't even care anymore. I don't mind not finding stuff. Okay. I don't mind that, I don't mind that I don't find a new Joe or whatever, that there's nothing new. What bothers me is that I'm walking into all of these Walmarts and Targets and I know there's nothing. And not just G.I. Joe. I'm going to look at the other aisles, and even though I'm not collecting Motu, I'm not going to see a new Motu. I'm not going to see new NECA. It's always the same shit because we know what the schedule is.
Right.
So for the most part, if you walk into one Target and they don't have anything new, the next 5 Targets, there's not going to be anything. Unless if you know that these are hitting, which we all know now.
Right.
But I'm with you. There was always something, and there's still something special about finding it in the wild. That is, it was fun during the pandemic.
Yeah, it was.
You know, it was fun during the pandemic, especially if you use the cute little app. Pop Finder was awesome.
Actually, Derek just found Alpine and the other one at the Barnes and Nobles by
Storm Shadow.
Storm Shadow at the
That
Barnes
is the
and
most
Noble.
fucked up thing ever.
I'm still waiting on mine from Pulse.
Oh, they haven't got it yet?
No,
BBTS has them.
I know. Pulse still hasn't. I paid for it, or I haven't paid for it, but Pulse still hasn't done anything for us. We're supposed to ship in beginning of December.
I did it. Yeah, it's messed up.
And Derek went out and got it from Barnes and Noble at like the end of, I think, right before Thanksgiving.
People were getting it in Barnes and Noble before I got it.
Yeah.
Which is odd because usually I have multiple places that I haven't ordered from. You know, I'm trying to get them early because I do reviews, you know.
Yeah.
So I have it, you know, but what it shows up like people are like, yeah, go to your Barnes and Noble. I'm like, and I went to Barnes and Noble, they didn't have anything, but I'm like, I'm not ordering this. Like, I'm not picking another place to start ordering from.
Right.
I already have to remember the ones that I ordered.
I figured I'd wait for Pulse, and then Pulse delayed it, and I'm like, shit, I should have gone to Barnes and Noble back when Derek was going.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let all the people go. Thank you guys all for watching.
Thanks a lot. This has been a lot of fun, man.
You know, these go by so quickly. They really do. And his Instagram, Michael's Instagram, is in the description. So if you want to go follow him on Instagram, see all the cool things that he's doing, see when he doesn't give people credit and they get mad about it, he would appreciate it. But Michael, thank you very much. I've enjoyed this. 4 hours went by really quickly. I mean,
man.
It went by, but I had to go take a piss, which normally doesn't happen.
No.
But I'm also not going to complain because I'd be dying right now. To everyone else, thank you very much for tuning in this whole time. Hit that like button on your way out. Go over there. Go to his Instagram. Give him a follow. Look at the Terradrome and be like, damn, that thing is sweet. Because it really is. Until tomorrow when Punk's Pit at 9 p.m. if you're interested. And then this Monday night will be, Monday Night Toy Ramblings. I'll be rambling about something. Maybe I'll have the copyright strike stuff taken care of. Until then, Michael, thank you very much. Have a wonderful night, everyone.